residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent and equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so that all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Burnett, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Unfortunate camera angle. When you're ready, if you'd please call the roll. No worries.
Colonel Alvarado,
Here.
Colonel Cole,
Here.
Mr. Lopez,
Here.
Mrs. Burnett,
Here.
Miss Maple,
Here.
Mr. Burgess,
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused, Miss Marotti,
Here.
Mr. Doran,
Here.
Mrs. Hardy.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Next, we're going to add something special to our agenda, and we have Miss Maya Shannon, who is an 8th grader at North Pole Middle School, accompanied by her teacher, Mr. Michael McConnell, and they are going to play a song for us tonight. Thank you so much. That was terrific. Next, we will move on to recognizing our ESP of the month. Our ESP of this month is Zoe Sutton, a student behavioral support technician, and she will be recognized as ESP of the month for the month of February 2024. Teresa Lesage, Anderson Crawford Elementary School principal, will conduct the presentation.
Okay, we'll make sure everybody can hear me because this is very important. I'd like to thank President Hardy and the school board and everybody who's here and our community members for joining me in honoring Zoe Sutton. She is the behavior support technician out at Anderson Crawford Elementary School. She actually joined us during COVID, which was a really difficult time, but she was part of our instructional rotations, and she started making those relationships with kids even over Zoom. So she did an excellent job with that. Despite those circumstances, she thrived and really grew in her role as time went on, and she's been able to continue those meaningful connections with kids. And that's what it's all about for a behavior support technician. They really need to be there to help those kids in the classroom, push in, help them to learn those good learning to learn behaviors and how to be most effective at school. She also takes kids down to her room and works with them in her room on reflecting on behaviors, role-playing things, really making sure that they understand how to be successful in school. Communicates with parents beautifully and just is an excellent addition to our entire classroom and school environment. So not only does she do that, though, she collaborates with our break aides. She's in charge of recess, which meant that for the last week she's been in charge of indoor recess, making sure that everybody is communicated with and we have all of that going on. She runs our positive behavior interventions and supports program, so she makes sure we all have caribou bucks to give kids when they're doing the right thing, and then she opens and maintains a store for them so that they can actually shop with their caribou bucks. And she does all of this during her time as our behavior support tech. Also, though, she saw a real need and she started maintaining a snack box in the hallway for those kids who are hungry and don't have enough food at school, so they know they can always come down to Miss Sutton's room and get a snack, a granola bar out of the bin. She has also worked with our base community to help kids with food insecurity. So she gathers food from the community, puts it into bags, and then helps distribute it over the weekends to make sure that those kids have everything they need, even on the weekends when they don't get those meals from school. She also helps in the wider community. She is a coach, a swim coach for North Pole High School and for North Pole Aquatic Club. So they skipped practice to come here tonight, but I think the coach will be okay with that. So we are very proud to honor you, Zoe, and everything that you do at Anderson Crawford. And just, I forgot to say, we consolidated schools last year, so we brought those kindergarten through second graders on board with our third through fifth graders, and Zoe has done an excellent job pivoting to help support those wee little ones as well. So thank you for joining me and giving a round of applause to Zoe Sutton. Thank you very much. And here is your certificate, and then on down the line, everybody would love to shake your hand. Or in front? In front.
The next item on the agenda is a staff introduction. Staff new to the district or new to their position will be introduced by Superintendent Dr. Luke Meinert. Richard Stevens, Chief Information Technology Officer, will be introduced.
All right, thank you, President Hardy. It's with great honor I introduce Richard Stevens. He goes by RJ. He has been newly hired as our Chief Information Technology Officer here in the school district, which those of you know is a critical position given all the things that rely on technology today. RJ is an Alaska native who has 3 children in our Fairbanks Public Schools. He has a background in cutting-edge physics, specifically computational physics, space physics, and plasma physics. So incredibly smart. He has used his analytical skills to support business operations, especially in the area of data analysis for executive decision making. He also has great experience leading dynamic teams and transforming passive support and technical teams into informed decision enablers for all levels of school districts and businesses through analytics and visualizations. He's worked in healthcare, IT, and administration, and he's served as a lead business strategy and transformation consultant at a private sector data analytics company. Richard then started his business software consultancy to provide his years of knowledge and support to people and companies across Alaska and the rest of the country. And RJ is excited to bring his skills and expertise to the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District to make a positive impact on the lives of our students, teachers, administrators, and parents. And we know he's going to do that. He often volunteers at a school where his children go to, and so we're very excited that he's a part of our team, and just would like to introduce him to you tonight. So thank you, RJ.
Thank you.
Yeah. You need to go down the line and share it, guys.
And you're going to do that? It's going to be, but I have to introduce it. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting.
Move to adopt the agenda with flexibility, meaning no additions, but have the ability to move the order of the noticed items.
Second.
And just a comment on that motion is we know that we have upcoming technology issues that we're expecting, so we want to be able to address those by reordering some items. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused. Mrs. Hardy?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
The next item on the agenda is our Borough Assembly report. And I believe there was also technology there as well. Have we worked that out? Oh, sorry. I've skipped the whole thing. My apologies. The next item on our agenda is public comments. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This time is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will make note of the topics, though no official action will be taken. Topics will be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not be responding to comments or questions made by the public, but may ask questions of the speaker for clarifying purposes only. Concerned citizens should initially discuss matters with the superintendent or designee first. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, then it may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office and route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should call or email the school board by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Those who have signed up in advance will be called on first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. Public testimony will be heard from citizens in the order in which they have signed up. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom prior to the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. All speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. At this time, our first person who has signed up is Daniel Polnickley. I think I said that right? Okay, you can come up. And then just remember to speak into the microphone so that we can all hear you. And again, your first name, spell your last name, and state your area of residence, which can just be general, Fairbanks. It doesn't have to be specific.
My name is Daniel Ponickly, P-O-N-I-C-K-L-Y. And I just want to thank you, members of the board, for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. As I said, my name is Daniel Ponickly. I am the Executive Director of the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra, and I sit before you today to wholeheartedly applaud the recent decision to include a line item for music education in our new budget. This commitment to fostering the arts is not just an investment in the enrichment of our students' lives. This should not be seen simply as art for art's sake, but as a forward-thinking strategy for our students' future success. In a world rapidly evolving with technological advancements and automation, it is crucial to recognize that the skills acquired through music education are, in fact, future-proof. Music education equips students with a set of skills that are uniquely human and, crucially, AI-proof. Studies consistently show that students engaged in music education demonstrate improved cognitive abilities, enhanced problem-solving skills, and heightened creativity. These attributes are precisely the qualities that will set our students apart in a job market where adaptability and creative thinking are increasingly valued. The quality of Fairbanks music education and its long-held reputation on a national scale as a feeder city to many institutions of higher education was at a risk of ending. Our most recent concerto competition saw for the first time ever no entrants in the under 13-year-old category. And so I'm proud that we're starting to course correct the lack of funding for music education. To that end, the FSO is also committed to doing its part, and we are actively working on bringing back our Symphony in the Schools program, and I would certainly love to continue that conversation with you individually and collectively. In closing, by investing in music education, this board is not only nurturing the next generation of musicians and artists, but it's also cultivating a workforce equipped to thrive in an AI-dominated future. As we celebrate this decision, let us recognize that we are not merely funding a program, we are investing in the resilience, creativity, and adaptability of our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have some questions. Mr. Doran.
A quick question. Does memory serve me well that the Symphony Orchestra does an annual performance for schools, I believe in the fall?
Correct.
Okay,
Kids
thank you.
in Concert series. We do our Halloween concert for the kids.
Great. Thank you.
And I would also maybe extend an invitation to all of you this Thursday night to our show. We'll have tickets for you at the Will Call. Please come and join us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next person up is Ms. Danielle Logan.
Thank you, President Hardy and members of the board. My name is Danielle Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks. I currently serve as an education support staff president. I've been with the district since 2016, and I've lost track of how many times our custodians have been on the chopping block. Again, this year, one of the options put forward is to outsource custodians to a private vendor. Custodians are an essential part of our schools, and not just because of the incredible work they do in keeping our schools ready for our students to learn. These professionals are a part of our schools. Just look at the Ryan Middle School Gymnasium, named after Ken Dickey, a custodian there and around this district. His impact to students in need and athletes was profound. If outsourced, his support and compassion would never have been there to help. I've met with many of you, about this, and I hope you're beginning to understand the negative impacts this would have on our students and facilities. This idea has been floated many times before, and each time failed for one reason or another. Potential savings were overrated, no good RFP responses, negative impacts on students, just to name a few. I understand the need for budget reductions, especially in the initial budget proposal by the superintendent, and I thank him and all of you for the upcoming hard work on this. But look elsewhere. Don't take Juneau's inability to find a way to find a BSA increase as reason to finally take a detrimental action against some of our longest tenured support staff. Once we go down this road to privatization, we will never be able to rehire them and walk this back. What I propose is we continue as a board, a district, a union, to work together to see what other options we can find. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Logan. The next item, the next person we have up is Nina Haran. I do want to say, some people who signed up for music in our schools, is it to the resolution, or is it just about music in our schools in general?
What was that again?
So we have a resolution that is our Music in Our Schools Month resolution. If you'd like to speak on that, it will be later in the agenda, or if you're just speaking to music in our schools in general, then now would be an appropriate time.
Okay, I'm probably both, but, hi, I'm Nina Herron. My last name is Harun. I live in Fairbanks. And I'm actually speaking basically in general music education, but also music in our schools. I think is really important. I have two children that went all the way through the Fairbanks School District, and they got an excellent music education. And my glasses just broke. Luckily for them, there was an elementary orchestra when they were starting. They started with basic music education, went through middle school orchestra and high school orchestra, then on to all state and playing in college. But they also are both, well, one just graduated with a biochemistry degree and the other one's getting a biochemistry degree. So I just want to say how important it was. I saw my kids going through and the joy they found in it, the community they found in it, the fact that they did so well in math and their friends that were in orchestra did so well in math, because it just helps everything out. It helps their focus and their concentration. One of my kids is a special ed kid, and it gave him not only this focus, but it gave him a sense of community. So we need to really keep this going for our kids. In general, having music and a music program starting early, in the long run, really increases graduation rates. And it gives kids an opportunity any child can learn an instrument. And it's so important in this music education in that kids, when they're learning an instrument, they learn that putting the effort in creates their own result. And it's very personal, but at the same time, they're working in a group. So for my kids, they're never afraid to go up and speak in public. And you can see that with all the music kids. So it really teaches kids resiliency, and it gives them so much confidence. And not only that, it just makes our communities so much better in the long run. It makes people want to come to Fairbanks and want to send their kids to school in Fairbanks. Let's see. Well, but what I'm really here is I keep thinking about kids I've seen all through the years, especially at those elementary school orchestra concerts where the kids finish and they're just overjoyed and their parents are overjoyed. And you'll see that in the music in the schools concerts. Everybody, even people without music education that would never have any music education, are overjoyed. And that's what every public school kid needs. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, no questions. Our next person is Miss April Smith.
Thank you. My name is April Smith, SMITH, and I live in North Pole. As you know, I have many, many concerns about this current school board. I mean, the fact that you're running a shadow board with 4 members closely associated through literal familial ties and longtime friendships has me concerned about the public and the OMA. But I have to admit, you guys are even worse than that. Here I thought you were not up to much because I diligently read your agendas and watch your meetings. But I should have known that you could not be trusted. A few weeks ago, several concerned employees reached out to me about a memo they received from Teaching and Learning. The memo is a long one from the borough lawyer and buddy of yours, Jill Dolan. I see that your skirting the law knows no bounds. The Attorney General of the state of Alaska sends a memo letting people know that their parental rights to keep their children safe from your cult obsession with LGBT lifestyle is in fact intact. He assured us that gender identity is a sexual matter and will remain with the required 2 weeks prior notice before being presented to our children. You decided to go around the Attorney General and have your pal, Ms. Dolan, write you an essay as to why gender identity is not a sexual matter. You could have contacted your own lawyer, and don't come at me about the cost, because Ms. Hardy literally emailed the lawyer dozens of times at cost without permission about the most frivolous things while I was on the board. And you're telling me now that on this very important issue, to secure proper information, she got scrupulous about the cost? No, you went to where you would get the answers that you wanted. Then, in an egregious move, all teachers received the memo undermining the AG in a manner that virtually directed them to speak about gender identity freely and without notice to parents. I am disgusted with all of you, and sad to say, I told you so. I absolutely thought you would do something like this, but to do it in such a backdoor, not public way is beyond even what I imagined you would come up with. Stop doing our business behind the scenes. Your work is our business, and you better stop trying to keep secrets and backdoor policy changes. Ms. Hardy even laughed last night when she said the board doesn't circulate secret documents for the most part, and literally laughed. Just stop. Also, I do not support the special election. The borough can absolutely fund education to the cap without overturning the tax cap that over 70% of the voters supported. They simply fund education as they see fit and adjust other areas to accommodate the expenditure. What they actually want to do is simply override the tax cap and not do any hard work to cut other areas.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you. Our next person is Miss Rita Trometer.
Rita Trometer, Trometter, from North Pole. We're all here this evening to discuss the budgeting of our local education system. It is very obvious after the Borough Assembly budget meeting with the school board discussed their needs, hopes, and desires. Someone from the school district made a remark, "If only I knew how to correct the deficit to not be in this situation." First, it was a poor management of budgets over the past years that we got in this predicament. But since we are here, let me help you out. From conversation, I agree that it is a lack of student enrollment. As we all know, families have left the area. Young families are having fewer children. When the F-35s came to Eielson, they sent many single personnel rather than families. These are all outside the school board's control. Let's move within the school board's control. The board should be thinking about some considerations of outcomes before they move forward, such as, not long ago, the school board tried to pass a sex manual as a health supplement manual. Thankfully, it didn't pass. Several of you got elected this last campaign cycle where Planned Parenthood was a very large part of your campaign contributions, which supports destroying children before birth. Your goal is to continually push the alternate lifestyle as a primary way of life for all students in public schools. There were many hours wasted to get the approval of the October for the alphabet group. Alaska Watchman, a few days ago, the headlines was Fairbanks School Diversity Committee looks to excel pro-life perspective. I hear what your group is doing to excel in your wants, but think of the position each of you were elected for. If it is to destroy the public education in the interior schools, you are succeeding. You are all adults to be free of your choices, but students under the age of 18 are not adults, and families in the interior have the freedom to strip your funding due to choices they don't believe in and don't want their children to take part in of your choices. Of course, one of the current pleas is just more money for education. But when local articles was written, it mentioned that teachers were the first line cut. Shouldn't it be administration? Cuts before teachers? I highly advise the school district to reevaluate its priorities for our community if you want to continue in the education business. Parents will continue to pull their students out of mainline schools to other schooling options where they have more control over student learning status. I highly suggest that you get the tampons out of the boys' bathroom and the urinals out of the girls' bathroom and get back to basic education, because obviously what you're doing is not working. We may be sitting in a different situation if the other side would have supported the only person we had running for a conservative seat.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Our next person is Miss Caitlin Warbelow, and I believe she is on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
You could state first name, spell your last name, and tell us your area of residence before you begin, please.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Caitlin Warblow, spelled Warbellow, and I currently live in New York City, but was born and raised in Fairbanks. I attended Pearl Creek, Ryan, and West Valley, where I was very lucky to have access to the incredible music programs in place at Fairbanks Public Schools at the time. I'm now a professional musician, most recently performing as the violinist and fiddler for 7 years with the Tony Award-winning Broadway show Come From Away. I mention this not to bring attention to myself, but to note what an incredible job the Fairbanks community and public schools did in training not only myself, but a whole bunch of other young people who went on to become top-level professional musicians around the country and the world. I owe my professional success to the fact that I was raised in Fairbanks and the fact that there was support in the public schools at that time for music and the arts. I come back to Fairbanks many times a year to visit family as well as give back to the community by teaching and performing. Visiting public school music classes is one of my favorite things to do, and even as I've watched those classes disappear over the years, I'm always amazed at the dedication of Fairbanks's music teachers and at the work ethic of the students in these classes. I believe that music education is not just about music, and it's also not just about training potential professional musicians. Music teaches math concepts, communication, how to work together, among many, many other things. It breaks my heart that funding for music and the arts has been cut in public schools in Fairbanks. But today, the reason I'm giving testimony is to support Erin Genoso and Liesl Whitgriff, who will give a presentation about the Jumpstart Music Camp later tonight. I was honored to be able to attend the first day of the camp last fall while I was in town for the Fairbanks Summer Arts Festival. And I was absolutely blown away by how well it was run, the immense amount of work the teachers put in, how much the students enjoyed and felt supported in their endeavor, and how much they progressed in such a short time. I would like to wholeheartedly encourage the school board to support the continuation of the Jumpstart Music Camp for incoming sixth graders in every way possible. I believe it will pay dividends well beyond its costs, not only for the students and not only with regards to music education, but for the community as a whole now and in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
Are there any questions? Thank you so much, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Our next person is Mr. David DeLong.
Hello, my name is David DeLong. I'm from Fairbanks. I think you guys are doing a great job. I'm here mostly to speak in favor of music in the schools. Man, really? Sorry. Um, I have two boys who went through the system, and it did them a lot of good. You know, it was a good thing. And I'd like to see other kids be able to benefit as well. So I know you have a lot of hard choices to make, but music is its own special category. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the last person we've had signed up is Rich, I'm going to say Ide, but I might be saying that incorrectly.
Good evening, School Board. Thank you for listening. Rich Ide, E-I-D-E, North Pole, Alaska. By the way, I play the violin, and I think if we just cut out lunches, let them, cut out breakfasts and let them eat cereal at home. It's a parent's responsibility, and I'm gonna have money for music, but that's not what that's not the main topic here. Okay, I'll read a memo from Shane Bean to the teachers last week. And recently, the Alaska Attorney General issued a letter to all Alaska school districts that included the opinion of the phrase human reproduction and sexual matters. Alaska Statute 14.03.016 included the concept of gender identity. So that's the Alaska Attorney General saying it includes a gender identity. Okay, moving down. As a reminder, Alaska Statute 1403 entitled A Parent's Right to Direct the Education of the Parent's Child directs school boards to adopt policies that provide for parent notification not less than 2 weeks before any activity, class, or program that includes content involving human reproduction or sexual matters as provided to a child. The gist of the memo, and I'm reading, this is what the teachers got. The gist of the memo from the assistant borough attorney is that the term gender identity is likely not encompassed by the traditional sex ed terms, human reproduction or sexual matters. So the borough attorney had a 5-page heavy legalese response to, does this Alaska statute mean that schools are supposed to notify parents before teachers teach on gender identity? That's the bottom line there. After studying this 5-page thing from the attorneys and reading the conclusion. Okay, so the Alaska Attorney General in Alaska Statute 14.03 says it's a parent's right to direct the education of the parent's child, and issued an opinion that the phrase human reproduction and sexual matters includes the concept of gender identity. Okay. What the borough attorney said essentially is that, well, gender identity back in 2000, when the Alaska statute was first written, it was taken after the Alaska statute's more recent. It was taken from a 2000 Granville versus Trexel opinion by the U.S. Supreme Court, and the wording was the same. I know the lady who had a hand in writing, helping write this Alaska statute. In a word, the school district is saying to teachers, gender identity was not in the original wording, therefore we don't have to notify parents. That's wrong.
Thank you.
It's just wrong. Thank you. Questions?
I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is the end of our pre-signed up testimony. Is there anyone else who is in attendance tonight that would like to speak? You can come forward, and then once again, just say your first name, spell your last name, and give your area of residence.
Danette Peterson, Peterson, Fairbanks. School board members, thank you for your service. You have some very difficult choices ahead of you, and I don't envy your position, but I appreciate the service that you do to this community. As you move ahead, I have just a couple things that I'd like you to keep in mind. Timely communication is key. When people can plan and adjust what's going on, it helps them with the anxiety. When they don't know what's going to happen and we're talking about school closures, anxiety gets really high. I hear educators talk about, I'm untenured, will I have a job next year? If my colleague is cut, am I going to be teaching what they teach and I'm not really comfortable teaching it? I'm not certified to teach that content area. If I'm involuntarily transferred, how is that going to impact my child care? Do I apply for a position if I think my school is closing, but I'm not sure? So please, timely communication, not only for educators, but for families too, so that they can plan. Voice. As we look at possibly closing schools to make our balanced budget work, I ask that you include stakeholders at the table, at work sessions, that you provide opportunity for input, not only from educators, but from the community, and that they share knowledge and that you listen to what they have to say. I've enjoyed the recent collaboration with the school district and school board since becoming FEA president, and I hope that we can continue that as we make these tough decisions moving ahead. Finally, creativity. Please recognize that educators are human beings that have a limited capacity. We can't simply be asked to do more. PTR is going to increase, it seems. If you're a secondary educator who has 5 classes and you have 5 additional students for those classes, you now have 25 additional students. That's like having a whole nother class assigned to you. So please use your creativity and find ways to remove items from educators' plates. Consider how we can modify creatively the school work schedule and calendar to meet the needs of all, including families and educators, as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak? Seeing none, public comment on non-agenda items is closed. The next item on the agenda is our Borough Assembly report. And I believe that's on Zoom or phone call.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Okay, sorry guys. I'm traveling in Juneau, so I apologize for not having camera available, but you all can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Just a brief update today since we had our lengthy check-in only a week ago. That feels like a lot of time since then. But Savannah Fletcher here, presiding officer for the Borough Assembly. And since we last met on Monday, we have only had one Thursday meeting. We noticed for the first time going up for a vote on February 15th, whether or not we would hold a special election to fund education an additional $10 million above the current tax revenue cap. So that has now been introduced and is moving forward. This Thursday, we'll have a work session discussing that ordinance. And then, as I said, 2 Thursdays from now on the 15th is when we'll vote on it. Otherwise, things have just new updates for the borough. We came out after the scoring rubric for our capital improvement program, and we have the new resolution prioritizing the different projects, ranking them. So I encourage you to look at it. We will be finalizing our vote on actually what is going to get funded in which years and the order of priorities on February 22nd. So we're in the midst of that process. I did want to say we had made one amendment so far, and that was we heard a lot of demand to have the Dan Ramrus tennis courts be updated and maintained, because that is our state competition courts for a lot of our school teams, and that has gotten moved up in place of a hammy pool play feature. So that was one exchange we made to try and really take care of the maintenance needs we have right now versus adding new things. Otherwise, trying to think, we have not yet had a chance to vote on the resolution that we worked together on during our work session. So eager to see what you guys do and then act accordingly. But I think those are my main updates, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? I think that's uncharacteristically, we have no questions for you. Thank you so much for calling in.
No problem. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thanks. The next item on the agenda is my president's report. It has been a while. A lot has happened since our last meeting when I was coming up with this. We had a board policy retreat, which was 2 days that the board spent together going over all of our Chapter 2 governance. And that will be coming before the board, all of that work at some point in a future meeting not long from now. We're just wrapping up, making sure we've collected all of the input. I was really impressed with how well the board worked together and heard differing viewpoints, and there were strong viewpoints on many things. And those Chapter 2s, that's how the board conducts itself. That's how we have committees. That's how the work of the board, as we put it. And so I was really proud of the board and everything that they did to make that happen. Shortly after that, Ms. Burnett and myself went to Juneau, and we were able to speak with many legislators about the need, or legislative priorities, mostly the need for a meaningful increase to the BSA. And with House Bill 140, we also discussed charter schools and the real needs that charter schools have, and how the legislators could really support charter schools if that was their will. Then after that, we had our joint assembly. It was a busy 2 weeks. And we are so grateful to the assembly members that worked with us on that. There was a ad hoc committee that involved Ms. Marati, Mr. Doran, and myself, and then Mr. Guttenberg, Ms. Kristen Kelly, and Mr. Scott Crass. And I was just impressed at what came out of that. And then the entire two bodies met together, discussed other things, and also that resolution, and that is later on the agenda tonight. I had the opportunity to see the amazing musical that was Shrek, and something that I really appreciated was that was not just Lathrop High School. That was the talents and the work of educators from across our district and students from across our district. I believe we had students from Best Homeschool participating. We had students from West Valley, from Lathrop. We had a student from Boreal Sun Charter School. It was a community effort. And the only reason the North Pole schools weren't involved is because they are putting on Annie, and that is coming up, and I'm super excited to see the work of those students out there. There is the Up With Art competition, which I don't think is getting widely talked about right now, and the deadline to enter is February 16th. As somebody who participated in that as a student, and my children do that every year, please, I've seen flyers around, but I haven't seen a lot of talk. You can scan the QR code. You can enter one piece of artwork for any district student, absolutely, no matter where you go, a charter school, a homeschool, and all you have to do is just fill out that form and bring it by the Bear Gallery, and the students get to experience having their art in a real gallery show. I highly encourage lots of entries. The next, Miss Fletcher talked about the need for a special election, and you will hear more about that, I'm sure, in the coming weeks. And we talked about this at our joint session, and my biggest takeaway is we've already baked that $9 million that is part of that special election into this proposed budget that you will hear today. So that is money that we've already planned on having, and if we are unable to have that additional money, that will mean $9 million more in additional cuts on top of the cuts already presented in our recommended budget. And I think that is a sombering reality that I really want our community to understand and grapple with. I born and raised here. I benefited from an amazing, robust public education. Our public schools made me what I am today. There is no way growing up in the family that I did. I was one of 12 children that we could have afforded the education I received any other way. And it breaks my heart seeing that Alaska has not been funding its schools, and there's statistics to back all of that up that you'll hear. But Fairbanks has always taken care of Fairbanks. And so my stance on the special election is that I am personally happy to pay not even more because we lowered property taxes. That's how we ended up in this thing, but pay to help our schools be able to survive. The next, I attended my first CTE committee, and that's my only standing committee that I'm on, and I was so impressed by the educators and community stakeholders that participated in that committee and the talk about how can we provide better career technical education for our students here in Fairbanks. I think I was a teacher at Hutchison High School, which is our career tech school, seeing the passion that has grown in this community around CTE, and that CTE is for everyone. CTE is for you even if you're going to college. CTE is for you if you're going to join our trades, if you want to start a small business. It is the foundation of our workforce, and making sure that we serve our students with the most robust options that they can have. There is, and Dr. Meinert might add more to this because I didn't fully flesh it out and he has more, but we're hoping to have a community budget forum on the 27th, and that will take place in the Lathrop Library. And the idea behind that is to allow the community to interact in a more personal manner with the budget. We will have board members at separate tables where you'll be able to talk and discuss, and hopefully an interactive tool that is being the input is being put into right now so that we can really hear stakeholders and what their thoughts on the proposed budget are and where they would like to see things go from there. That is a commitment the entire board has had to be better, more thorough communicators with our community. And then last one, sorry, I'm like Miss Gillum. I cry easy, especially I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm sure the community has noticed that Miss Sanderson has been absent for multiple meetings. I'm so sorry. And she's experiencing a family emergency. So we just want to let you know that the board fully supports her absence, that she is excused, and that she is doing what she needs to do to take care of her family right now. And when she is ready to return, we will welcome her back. And our thoughts and our prayers are with her right now. And that concludes my president's report. So moving on, Dr. Meinert. Sorry.
Thank you, President Hardy. I'll start my remarks this evening with a hiring update. I'd like to congratulate Michelle Heminger for being selected as the next Ladd Elementary principal. She's currently at Barnett Magnet School, and I've had a chance to see her in action as a teacher and know she's going to bring a lot of great energy and leadership to Ladd Elementary. So welcome to Michelle and her new position. And then I'd also like to congratulate Mark Winford. He's served as the interim principal at West Valley High School this past year, and now just secured the permanent principal position going into next year. And so he's done a great job over at West Valley, and we look forward to his continued leadership there. In celebration of Black History Month, the local chapter of the NAACP and our school district are proud to sponsor a Black History Month contest, and we invite all K-12 students to participate in the annual contest. We have a slide up on our website right in the front, so if you go to our website and you're interested in participating in that contest, click on those links and you'll see what's required per grade level. There's some different contests based on the ages of our students. Entry submissions, the deadline is Friday, March 1st. So be sure to get those in, and just very happy to be working with the NAACP on that. Ms. McDaniel, our Executive Director of Human Resources, the Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools, and I were able to attend a Grow Your Own Teacher Summit recently hosted by the University of Alaska Fairbanks with educators from around the state. And we were really privileged to have the opportunity to participate in that summit and the conversations, to hear what other districts are doing to grow their own teachers. There's a fair amount of research out there that suggests that growing your own teachers within your own community helps with retention rates of teachers staying. And so we do a fair amount of that already in our school district in terms of helping paras transition to teaching positions, but also looking at different ways that we can help recruit and retain our next generation of teachers. Also did want to plug the UAF School of Education is offering a 1-credit course open to all Fairbanks support staff, substitutes, and also community members. There are limited seats available, but there still are seats available. The course will be held February 19th through the 21st at the West Valley High School Library. And that's a great introductory course if you think you're even remotely interested in going into the field of education. That'd be a great course for you to check out, and thankful for UAF for partnering with us on that. President Hardy foreshadowed this a bit. Balancing Act is a new platform that the district is spinning up to help with showcasing our budget to the public. It's a simulation tool that will allow the public to manipulate potential cuts in revenues and interact with the school district budget. You'll actually be able to create your own budget within the simulation tool and then click submit and provide feedback to the board and to the administration on what types of things you would like to see either prioritized or invested in or cut within the budget. And so we hope to have that rolled out by the middle of February. And when we do, we'll be sure to have some informational sessions available for the community. We'll also have that available at the community forum that President Hardy mentioned in her remarks. I'd like to recognize our counselors throughout our school district. It's National Counselor Week. Our counselors play a pivotal role in the success of our students and definitely help on both on the academic side and the social emotional support side of things. Our counselors do amazing work, and so I want to recognize them and congratulate them for National Counselor Week. A reminder to parents and guardians that parent-teacher conferences are the 19th and 20th. I know signups have gone out for my children in the schools, and signups are out there. So if you haven't signed up for your students' conferences, please do that. It's critically important that our parents and guardians are involved in their students' education and having those great conversations with their educators. I want to end my remarks with shout out to Borough Sun for hosting the winter festival. My family and I were able to attend this over the weekend, and it was a fantastic event. I had heard about this event in past years and hadn't made it over to it, but man, mark it for your calendars next year. I don't know if they have a date secured, but my kids raved about the amazing crafts and activities that they were able to do over at Borough Sun this weekend. So thanks for all the volunteers and the teachers that put that event on. I know it was a lot of work and it was tremendous. And then lastly, President Hardy stole my thunder on another shout out to Shrek. But that was an amazing performance. Just so impressed by the amount of talent that we have in our district, both with our students and staff. And so my family and I enjoyed that musical production very much, and we're looking forward to Annie out at North Pole High coming up at the end of the month. So that concludes my report for tonight, and happy to answer any questions the board might have.
We are just uncharacteristically quiet tonight. The next item on our agenda is information and reports, and we're going to start with our Jumpstart Music Camp and Music in Our Schools. And that will be Miss Erin Genoso and Liesl Whitgriff to provide a PowerPoint and report on the camp and music in our schools.
Okay, thanks for waiting. Haven't tried this out yet, so. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Okay. Ah,
There we go.
thanks, Ms. Kellum. I could hear her whisper over there. Okay, I'm Liesl Whitgriff. I am currently an assistant principal at West Valley High School, but I taught music in the district for 17 years before becoming an assistant principal. And I'll let my partner in crime introduce herself too.
Hi, my name is Erin Genoso, and I am basically a volunteer for, I'm involved with the Music Education Advocacy Committee, and have been a parent volunteer. My daughter is in the band at Barnett Magnet School, and then I really enjoy playing music in town here in various ensembles, and the Annie pit crew, and that was mentioned before, and just any of the many numbers of fun things that happen here and are such a large part of our Fairbanks culture. But yeah, it was my privilege last year to be a part of volunteering with the Jumpstart Music, the first annual, hopefully annual Jumpstart Music Camp that took place, and it was just an incredibly positive experience. And so I'm glad for the chance to be here to share that with all of you. So thank you for having us.
Okay, so I kind of wanted to just review a little bit about our mission and the reason why the camp was created. So as many of you know, because you were here a couple of years ago, we had to cut 4th and 5th grade band and orchestra. And I was part of the team that figured out how we would support music going forward and make sure that we still had robust programs that could put out students like Caitlin Warblow. And I noticed that there was this gap between elementary music, general music classrooms, and entering a classroom in the middle school that is whole group instruction, because our previous model was to have smaller group pull-out program in the 4th and 5th grade for teaching specific instruments. And when I was a 6th grader, we had this same model where in the summer we would learn the very bare basics of how to put our instruments together and play our first notes, and that prepared us to be able to participate in this whole group instruction model that now we have when students enter 6th grade. And so I really wanted to offer this kind of camp experience, this summertime thing that could prepare students for that. And so Erin and I worked on fundraising $8,500 so that we could pay some highly trained staff. So we hired district music teachers to staff the camp. We did it from 9 to noon for a week. And I believe that this camp is a crucial part of bridging that gap that was created. And I understand budget stuff has to happen. So I wanted to figure out a way that we could still have this program. So our mission is to support a successful K-12 music program and using this new instructional model. And I think it provides the support to 6th graders, but also supports music teachers. We have now, lost a couple middle school music teachers, and I think part of that reason is because there's just a lot of stressors that come with a group of 40 kids all on a different instrument playing at once. That's hard to manage, and so we need to support those teachers. And then our vision is, last year we were able to offer the camp to 48 students, but I'd like to be able to offer that to all students, and for all students who are going to join a band or orchestra at the middle school level to be able to participate in this camp. And so that potential number is, I think, like 800 kids. I mean, 600 that attend the middle schools that offer music, and then another 200 that go to, alternative schools that may not have music programs. Okay. This is a picture from last year's camp. and some stats about what we're able to do. We held it at Ryan, and I had to spend a little money on supplies, but the majority of the funding goes to staffing. And Erin was there. She was the one volunteer. Okay, turn it over to you.
Okay, so I was going to talk about the fundraising efforts that went into making last year's camp happen, and then also share with you kind of where we're at so far for this year's camp that would take place in August of 2024. So, last year, we got kind of a late start on the arrangements that we were making. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to make it happen or not in the short amount of time that we had to pull things together. But as I went out into the community to try to find and see if that was even a possibility, I was just really blown away by the generosity and the enthusiasm that I discovered, among just about everybody that I spoke to, their willingness to support, the kids in their beginning moments of starting to play an instrument and wanting that to be a positive start for them. And so last year we had 4 sponsors that included Design Alaska, so Jack Wilbur, Fairbanks Nissan, Les Nichols, and then there was Phyllis Pendergrass Dental. And I had conversations with Hannah Sommerfeld and both Dr. Pendergrass and Dr. Sommerfeld, and then, of course, the Fairbanks Arts Association and Jess Pena. And then another source of our funding for last year's camp was a guitar raffle. It was an autographed guitar raffle, and that was a lot of fun. It was the idea for that came from Rocky Barnett from Magic 101.1, and a number of years ago, they had one of his colleagues had Pete Van Noort had passed away, and I guess it was Mr. Van Noort's guitar, and he had gathered just some amazing, so if you were a country music fan in probably back in the 90s or so, these were A-list names that were autographed on that guitar. So, it was something that would have value to people, and it was just a neat instrument as well. And so anyway, with the, of course, with the consent of and blessing of Pete Van Noort's family, it was agreed that the guitar would be raffled. And then the winning ticket was drawn by the, last year's student winner for the art contest, that the artist that put her winning design went on the shirts for last year's Music in Our Schools Month shirts. So that was a lot of fun, and that brought in $3,000 for the camp. So that was a significant source of our support last year. So that, with the sponsors, made it possible to hold that camp last year. So going forward, and for this year's camp, hoping to approximately triple the number that would be able to, of students, campers that would be able to come. So we had just under 50 students, and I think the number that we're shooting for this year is 120, right? So the increased cost that would go with that to make sure that we continue to have enough teachers to support the small class sizes that give the kids the real positive personal interactions that they need to get started. So that $13,000 amount is more than we needed to raise last year, but we've made some great progress so far already. I feel we've got, in memory of Dwight Morris, there has been a donation made by his wife. Mr. Morris was a band teacher here in the school district for many years ago, and also played the organ in town, I guess, and was somebody that just really passionately loved music. And so then, in honor of his memory, his wife had made a $3,000 donation to the Jumpstart camp so that these students can get a positive start with their instruments and hopefully carry on and learn to love music as he did. We've already received a sponsorship check again from Pendergrass Dental, so Dr. Phyllis Pendergrass and Dr. Sommerfeld. And just real consistent and steadfast supporters for music education here. And then we have something super exciting is the Fairbanks Concert Association just this past Saturday kicked off a fundraising campaign that they have been planning for a number of months. And it's called band together, and they announced it at the Jig Irish dance performance that happened at Herring on Saturday, and it is they're putting full color inserts into their otherwise black and white programs, announcing it has QR codes, and just announcing that 50% of the monies raised from this fundraising campaign will go to FCA, and 50% will come to the Jumpstart camp. And I think just in that first evening, almost during the show, it made it up to $1,500. So that's from people clicking on the QR and donating. And so that's, I think it's, and I think I looked right before, and it's up to $1,570. So that's for Jumpstart would be $785 when divided in two. So that's really exciting, and highlights, a community partnership that an organization that values music education, and values music in general here in Fairbanks. So we're very grateful to them for that. And then the other conversation that's been ongoing is with the Stroker Foundation, and of course Bill Stroker was somebody that was a big part of civic life here in Fairbanks for many years. He was also a trumpet player and played in a jazz band called the Frigidaires, and just really valued education, and he valued music. So, in conversation with them about the possibility of them supporting the Jumpstart camp, I've been talking to Don Dennis and Russ Amerson, and they have agreed to sponsor us this year to the amount of $3,000 already. And so they're expressed interest in hoping that things continue to go positively, and that this year's camp goes well, and that they would be interested in supporting it possibly in larger amounts and in going forward into future years. So, because as Liesl was saying, the goal is to continue to grow the camp to include more of the students, so that it would eventually become the case that the middle school teachers, when they're welcoming these students in, that it would be the majority of the kids that had gone through the Jumpstart program and would already have these basic skills under their belt. So anyway, that's something that the Stroker Foundation is really interested in supporting, they've said, and so we'll continue that conversation this year and in years going forward. And we're having also conversations with the last year's sponsors as well, and just we'll keep working on it. And we're over halfway there to the mark that we need to make it to. The FCA campaign is just getting started. And so I think there'll be more that comes from that. And and we're also applying to a couple of different grants, so there's real efforts, and we hope for some positive results from that can contribute to making it to that $13,000 mark. So anyway, that I think is the summary of where we're at right now for our fundraising efforts. So thank you.
Okay, we have this short 3-minute video. I hope the sound works. We'll try it. Nope.
Move the mic.
Afraid to step outside. You like the door, but don't you stay that way. Living in those shadows, you and me, we know how that goes. 'Cause once you see it all, you'll never, never be the same. Little bit of light is shining, but I love to keep on shining. You good, there's more to you, it cannot be fake. Cause golden light, your light, let it burn so bright. Reaching love to the sky. It's so big and wide, 'cause it lets you fly. And the world becomes a fantasy. The more that you could ever be, the dreamer with your eyes wide open. And you know you can't go back again. So proud that you were living on the dreamer with your eyes wide open. So come alive. To anyone who's bursting with a dream, to anyone who's searching for a way to break. Golden light, golden light, it burns so bright. Reaching love to the sky, and it's open wide, 'cause it lets you fly. The world becomes a fantasy, and more than you could ever be. You dream of me, your eyes wide open. And then you go back again, so I know that you were living in your world with your eyes wide open. And the world becomes a fantasy, and more than you could ever be. You dream of me, your eyes wide open. And know that you go back again, so I know that you were living in your dream with your eyes wide open. So come
Okay. Oh, no, don't start again. Okay, let's see. Oh, good, there, okay. So we collected some feedback from parents and students and teachers as well. And I won't necessarily read it to you, but we had a pretty positive experience all around. I think parents really appreciated it. And I can share this slideshow with you all too, because I don't think you got it before you came tonight. But we had some students, and I mean, their comments are short, which is, I wish camp was longer, and it was the best thing ever. So I feel like that's a pretty positive response from them. I do want to talk about the teacher response a little bit, especially this first one, because it echoes what I said before, which is I was glad that there was one less student to teach all the basics to. The beginning of it is the most stressful for teachers, and it's honestly nearly impossible to do my job at the beginning for band because they are all so different, the instruments to teach. So Jumpstart really helped me out tremendously. All right, here are our goals, which we kind of already outlined a little bit. For this year's camp, 120 students. Would like to keep the teacher-student ratio down. I think my microphone is cutting out, but hopefully you can hear what I'm saying. And this is kind of our fundraising goal for this year. And then thank you very much for having us. If you have any questions, we'll stay up here.
Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, guys. Not really a question. I just wanted to say that I really, really appreciate this. I grew up in band. I play flute. I play oboe, saxophone. I was self-taught on the oboe and saxophone. And it, you know, music is one of those things. If you can count music, you can count anything. And, you know, it led to radio and so many things for me. And I know that it'll open so many doors for kids in the future. And one more thing we can help teachers with at the beginning. I mean, this is awesome. So just thank you.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. I really appreciate the information and the presentation, and what an awesome program that you're putting together here. That video was great to see the joy and excitement on the students and the educators' faces. Just a great example of why music education is important. My question is, What can we as a board or as individual board members or just members of the community do to help you with your fundraising efforts and other aspects of your program?
Yeah, so the line item budget, line item, how do you say that? Yeah, budget item in the budget is great, a great start to kind of, yeah, helping with fund a little bit of the camp. I know that on the district webpage, if there are community members out there, you can directly donate money to the Jumpstart Camp. I think there is even like a drop-down category where you can just click Jumpstart Music Camp. So if you're interested as a community member in donating, you can donate there. And then I guess, again, like has been said all night, it's going to be some hard decisions that you're making going forward. And so, you know, just whatever you can help us with, because I think the teacher retention thing is really a big deal. And so Jumpstart would be helping with that. So if you can keep some of that money in the line item thing, that would be great.
I wonder too if you know, as we get the word out there, you know, if anybody has student, you know, teachers in their own kids' schools and stuff, to make sure that parents are aware that this is an opportunity. Maybe we can find ways to continue to just make sure folks know that this opportunity exists for these kids. We were behind, we were kind of felt behind the ball like last year in being able to get the word out to as many folks as we would have liked to. So just to help with that publicity would be great too.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. And I guess I should give full disclosure. I do not play an instrument. I am encouraged not to sing with good reason.
Me too.
And I have 2 left feet. So with that in mind, I heard really great feedback from the Jumpstart Camp this past year. I was absolutely amazed as I learned how much they put together in 1 week. And a great tribute to the teachers, the support staff, the students themselves for getting in there. And I want to say I did hear the presentation at the concert on Saturday and the banding together. I think this just speaks lots for our community. My question is in terms of, I'm thrilled with the number of students who can take part in this. But just kind of that balance in the big picture, long term too, giving it to that opportunity for as many students as possible versus extending the time or maybe eventually come and complement. But I know also it's hard especially during the summer, for people to carve out multiple weeks. But if you could just talk about where your thinking is on that. You know, I noticed one of the student comments was the, wish it was more than 1 week. And sometimes that's where you want to cut it off before they get, they're excited. And then when they walk into the classroom, and the teacher comment about having students who had the basics down, so what important that does for the whole group. So if you could just talk about that.
We decided, yep, is it on?
You want mine?
Hello.
Can I use this one?
Okay, I don't want feedback. Oh, that's way better. I was a former beginning band teacher, and when we had the pull-out program, I would see kids twice a week. And so it usually took me about a month because I was playing them out twice a week, right? So that's an hour a week. It usually took me about a month or a month and a half, 6 weeks to get them to a place where I felt like, okay, you can actually come together with everyone else and we can play something together. And so that's kind of was my brainstorm about why the week. Because in that week, we took breaks to play games, music-related games, but still play games. But that was the right amount of time to do what really is necessary to get them to the place where they can participate in a whole group instruction kind of thing. And that's really all it takes, is just that, that week of time to get them prepared to be able to engage in a classroom. That's why we picked that. Does that answer your question? Yeah. And I mean, it'd be great to get them a little further if we if we wanted. I mean, I know that in the week, every kid learns a little bit differently. So, some kids maybe didn't get to the place they wanted to get to in the week or weren't there yet. So maybe 2 weeks would be great. But I think as a bare minimum, this is a solid amount of time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Marati?
Thanks. Thank you so much for this presentation. What a valuable program. I am so grateful for the work that you two did, as well as all the music educators and the volunteers and the donors and the students, all the work that you put into it. And this might be a question through the chair to the superintendent. In regards to the cost of the next camp, would that come out of the new line item, or will the camp need donations to meet that goal for the upcoming camp this summer?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The line item that I proposed in the budget would help cover expenses. I know that some fundraising's already occurred, and so there could be a blending of funds there for this first camp. And then hopefully going forward, that's something that the district could support with that line item.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Maple?
I just wanted to say, Ms. Genoso, you said that you're out having conversations. And I know that what you are actually doing as a fellow fundraiser is pounding the pavement and having difficult sometimes conversations with lots of people throughout our community advocating for all of our kids and for the fact that they have a right to education, to quality education that includes music. So I know it's easy to, talk down the things, but I know that you both have been putting in an immense amount of effort, and it's really clear that it paid off, and now it gets to grow. So thank you.
Mr. Doran?
Just a clarification through the chair to the superintendent. That line item in the budget would actually be for next year's budget, is that correct? Or because this is in August, it's a possibility we can tap that once, because July 1 would start that year, is that correct?
That's correct. Given that July 1st is the start of the fiscal year and the camp typically runs in August, that it could support that this year.
Great, thanks.
So I can put myself in the queue. I always get to sum it up at the end. One, thank you so much for putting this on. Aaron and I are friends, and I remember the hard work you put in to making this a reality. And I remember thinking, I don't think you can raise that amount of money in that short a period of time. And then lo and behold, you did, and you pulled off an amazing camp and provided such a phenomenal service to our students. I'm really excited. I was like, oh, my kid's a 6th grader next year. He can attend Jumpstart. I also love that you planned it in August so that it seamlessly goes into the school year. That way they don't have that learning loss over other points in the summer, which kind of leads me to my 2 questions. One, do we keep stats on how many of the Jumpstart students went on to play in their band or orchestra programs?
I did find out from the band orchestra teachers, but I don't have it on me right now. So yes, I can get that for you.
That would be wonderful. And then the other question, kind of as a part of that, scheduling is built out, at the end of the school year. Has it been a problem for these Jumpstart students? I know, like that email that you shared but didn't, read, that they might not have considered themselves musicians or to go on to playing music, so they might have built a different schedule. Has it been a problem getting those students to be able to shift their middle school schedules to take band or orchestra if they want after going to Jumpstart?
Sorry, I've been answering all of them. Okay. We wanted to start the recruitment process earlier in the school year. Last year, we just got whoever saw the Facebook post and thought maybe their kid would be interested in band or orchestra, or maybe they already signed up for band and orchestra. But the kids going into 6th grade sign up for classes in the spring, like in, I think, even March. The high school, it's in like January, but I think at the middle school, it's a little bit later. So that was sort of the impetus for trying to fundraise and get the money established by February so that we could send out information to kids when they're picking classes so that they would know, oh, if you're going to pick band and orchestra, then you also can do this really fun thing in the summer to sort of get you ready. And so I don't know if it would be difficult for them to switch at the end. I mean, I hope that they would already have decided in March to join Jumpstart, and then that would also lead into being in band or orchestra, and that would just go hand in hand, but that's a great question.
No, and know that very supportive of doing what we need to allow students to be able to add music to their schedule. Was that a question, Mr. Doran? Oh, Dr. Minor. Okay, yeah. I saw you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's an ongoing concern for us in terms of trying to figure out the flexibility and ensuring that students understand what's available to them and be able to take band and orchestra classes. One of the things I failed to mention in the conversation last night that somebody reminded me of in talking about the line items specifically is one of the other ideas we had is to try to do some kind of regionally based options for 4th and 5th grade students, and so that they start to get a taste of it earlier. What we've heard is it is difficult if students or families don't see themselves as instrumental folks as they're registering for classes, and so trying to get more exposure in that 4th and 5th grade level, although it's not in the school day, but having some kind of regional hub that students could participate in, that's something that that line item could support as well.
Now, Mr. Doran.
And I'm going to go for the clarification, but you stole my question, so I saw you ready to go. But just again, a clarification, and I don't want to get too far astray into the budget, but since we've talked about line items several times, the understanding that that line item is not just for Jumpstart, but it's for multiple supports to elementary music in this regard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, thank you again so much for coming. And I'm going to take a brief, I can pass something to Mr. Noso. Thank you. What was that, Mr. Doran?
Okay, just want to make a comment as you guys move away. Thank you so much for the presentation on this. It's well done. Good to see.
Unload. The next item on our agenda is our fiscal year 2025 proposed budget presentation. Superintendent Dr. Luke Meinert, accompanied by Andrew DeGraw, our Chief Operations Officer, will present the administration's fiscal year 2025 proposed budget.
I'll start with some opening comments similar to how I started last evening, and then we'll turn it over to Andrew DeGraw to provide the bulk of the presentation. So the proposed budget in front of the board this evening is a result of months of work between Mr. DeGraw and I and several of his staff. Work and talking with department heads, board members, school leaders, educators, union leaders, families, and community members to hear what's important to them. What are some things that they would like the school district to do differently, to invest in, but also in this time of inadequate education funding, what are some of the cuts that we should prioritize? One of the areas I heard over and over again from families is to do everything we can to minimize class size increases. Unfortunately, this proposed budget does have substantial increases to class sizes, but it could grow even higher without other areas that we examined for potential cuts and put those recommendations forward to the board. Unfortunately, balancing budgets is difficult, especially without meaningful increases to revenues for the school district, which means making painful trade-offs that affect real people. Over the course of the next couple months, we'll talk a lot about numbers, but a lot of times those numbers are attached to real individuals and positions. And at the end of the day, it affects and impacts the education that we're providing all of our students. Both as a superintendent and both as a father of students in the school district, it's definitely disappointing to have to talk about cuts year in, year in and year out. I think tonight's presentation is a perfect example of something that we once probably took for granted in our elementary schools, that we had band and orchestra for all of our elementary school students, and now that's something that we've lost. Definitely proud and thankful for our community partners to doing their best to step into that gap, but would like to call on state leaders to help fund, to adequately fund education within our schools in Alaska that could return some of these needed programs for our students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. DeGraw, and he'll talk about the proposed budget that we have before the board this evening.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Meinert. Appreciate those comments, just kind of setting the table for our presentation tonight. Certainly, it's a difficult budget situation that we find ourselves in. Nothing new, unfortunately, but you know, a lot of what we've been discussing behind the scenes is how do we get to a path of sustainability, and how do we right the ship permanently so we don't end up back in the cycle that we find ourselves in each year. Certainly part of that, but a huge part of that is on the revenue side and advocating for additional revenue from our state and local funding sources. And then also, you know, there's some work to be done, I believe, on the expenditure side as well. So Dr. Meinert, several have mentioned the new tool that we're going to roll out. I just wanted to make a brief comment about that. I'm very excited about that. It's going to allow the public, staff, stakeholders the opportunity to mess around with an interactive tool. And there's many benefits to that. One of the benefit is just, I think it'll help folks grasp the magnitude of the deficit that we're facing, unfortunately. We oftentimes receive suggestions, you know, good suggestions, hey, you know, reduce this or cut this, things that amount to maybe $20,000, $30,000. And that certainly is a large amount of money. That's not a small amount of money. Unfortunately, when you're looking at a $29 million deficit, which is what we're facing, I did some quick math. It would take 1,160 $25,000 reductions. 1,160 $25,000 reductions. It would take 290 $100,000 reductions, and it would take 58 $500,000 reductions, 58 of them to equal out to $29 million. So one of the many benefits will be folks, and there will be many that get into the tool and might not be able to do it. You know, I just can't envision, you know, making that level of cuts to our school district. But unfortunately, that's the reality that we're faced with. And what that means is we'll continue to advocate for additional funding sources. We'll talk a little bit about priorities, you know, in the event that we receive some additional revenue. But certainly, we've been kind of moving forward little by little, you know, in a piecemeal type fashion with temporary fixes as we go along each year. And unfortunately, those temporary fixes are pretty much dried up at this point. And so we're really backed into a corner, and so some tough decisions to make. So without further ado, we'll jump into the presentation this evening. And Ms. President Hardy, if it's okay, kind of the same format as last night, questions as we go, if you'd like. Sounds great. All right, so starting off with student enrollment. Enrollment is one of the main drivers, especially at the state level, a little bit at the federal level as well, main drivers of revenue. And so looking at a look back to 2014, a historical look back of enrollment in the district, around 14,000 students in 2014, and fast forward to current levels at around 12,500. So you see the dip there during the pandemic and a gradual comeback. We peaked out back at about a little over 12,600, and then we've dropped back into the 12,400s. So that 12,408 is our projected enrollment for FY25. A little bit closer look, zooming in on projected versus actual. We make a projection about a year in advance of when students show up. And so just to look at, you know, in FY23, we projected about 12,200. We were a good surprise of 12,600 students that actually showed up in August. For FY '24, we dropped, we're a little bit below what we projected. And so that trend feeding to our enrollment projection for FY '25 of 12,408. And then our general revenue over the last several years, back to 2014, you can see a significant gradual decline from a little over 220 million in 2014 down to just under 190 million in 2025 projected. Kind of a summary of our current proposed budget deficit, total deficit of approximately 29 million. And then the makeup of that deficit. Beginning deficit, the first step in the budget process is copying the current year over to the next year. After we did that, a $15 million deficit, and then increased expenditures for FY '25 compared to FY '24 of approximately 9 million, and then some state and other revenue loss of approximately $5 million to make up that $29 million deficit.
Mr. Doran?
With this slide, Mr. DeGura, could you just explain a little bit the 9 million and the 5 million? I call it, we're stepping out a little bit of reasonable risk. The reasonable may be debatable, but that where in other years we've typically, in terms of a budget, we do not make any assumptions. I know you will hit that a little bit later, but could you just talk a little bit about that 9 million and 5 million, why that's so important in looking at the budget and going forward?
Sure, I'll talk about those, and I want to make sure I answer your question there. So yeah, the 9 million specifically represents increased expenditures on the expenditure side of our budget. So the three main categories there are increased insurance expenses, increased utility costs, as well as increased salary and benefit costs, labor costs. On the revenue side, we're looking at a reduction in state revenue that will get to some foundation funding due to that declining enrollment, as well as current year, we have a couple of $1 million budgeted out of fund balance that we don't have budgeted in our FY '25 proposed budget. So that's the 9 and the 5 million. I'm not sure I answered your question.
Okay, I think we will get a little bit to it, but I'm mindful of President Hardy's comment about we are asking for the borough for more than what we, last year we asked for 59 million, we got 50 and then an additional 4. But we're really counting on basically 5 million more than what we got this year to 59. And the 9 million is basically reflective of the one-time funding in general, the one-time funding from the state to get at least that much. So both of those, when you get to the assumptions, I just want to make sure the public is well aware of the importance of those. And if we don't get them from the state or the borough, that we will have to make additional cuts.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll outline those assumptions, Mr. Doran, when we get to that part of the presentation. And then, yeah, certainly, we'll talk a little bit about, if there's been reference to the special election and just the consequences either way on that special election, what that would mean for the school district's budget, certainly. All right, so fund balance. So fund balance has been an integral part of balancing our budget over the last several years. I looked back just out of curiosity, my online, without going and digging in hard files and filing cabinets, I could see back to 2013, all the way back to 2013, the district was using fund balance to balance its budget. So it's an ongoing long-term practice of budgeting fund balance. We've tried to get away from that. As a couple of years ago, we hit zero. We hit literally zero fund balance, which is a precarious situation financially for the district. So this is a big topic of discussion when we're looking at budget challenges. Per the state calculation, there's two different calculations we look at, one state and the other the borough. Per the state calculation, our general fund balance is sitting at $8.6 million at the end of FY '23. Our board policy calls for between 6 and 8% of our general fund expenditures as kind of a guideline, a target to shoot for. That would equate out to between 11 and $15 million in fund balance being held by the school district. The borough calculation
sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Just a very quick question. That 8.6 million, how long would that hold us if there was an emergency?
Yeah, that 8.6 million, it sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. That during the school year, the 9 months that school's going on, that would last us about 2 weeks. That's about 2 weeks of operating fund expenditures.
We've got one more for you, Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. I'm just going back a slide. I apologize. So the slide where it showed, yeah, that one. So you said that we take last year's budget and go from there. Can you remind me what the state funding was that we got after the veto?
So yeah, it was a total of $8 million, just a little bit over $8 million for the Fairbanks School District. Statewide, it was about 175 to 80 million, and that was vetoed in half. 16.2 million would have come to the district, to the Fairbanks district in the original bill the legislature passed, and that was vetoed in half to about 8.1 million.
And a real quick follow-up. That equated to about 300 per student, right?
It was 300, equivalent to a 340 increase to the BSA.
Thank you.
And then the second way we look at fund balance is here locally with the borough. So a total that the borough sums the total of 5 different funds that we hold fund balance in. Those are listed on the left-hand side: the general fund, transportation, food services, equipment replacement, and risk management fund. The total of those funds, unrestricted fund balance, is approximately $20 million. One thing that folks might notice a difference in is the general fund is listed at 10.8 as opposed to the 8.6 laid out on the prior slide. That's because the borough does not subtract out outstanding purchase orders that we have out. We've made purchases that are in process that we haven't received the goods and we haven't paid for them yet, but they are purchases we are planning to materialize, and we're just subtracting those dollars because those dollars are committed, so to speak. But it's about $2.2 million there that the borough does not subtract in their calculation. And then the other funds, just transportation, about $3 million in unrestricted. Those funds certainly are going to be important going forward as we currently run a significant deficit in our transportation services. The state grant that we receive for transportation compared to our costs to provide that service, there's a significant deficit there. The food services fund, there are dollars in that fund, but they're restricted in nature to be spent specifically on food services activities. There's a couple $1 million, about $2.2 million there. Our equipment replacement fund is key to providing our Chromebooks for our one-to-one program to students, as well as replacing our staff laptops typically on a 4-year cycle. And then our risk management fund, that fund balance is there. The majority of the costs there are health insurance claims, but our total insurance cost, which is $32 million a year roughly, but it does fund all of our insurance needs district-wide, and that usually is between $35 and $40 million annually. So taking a look at the budget calendar, kind of at a high level, here you see the different milestones that we hit throughout the budget process. It starts in the September-October timeframe when the budget committee meets and reviews our budget. Then in the November-December timeline, the superintendent, as well as myself, meets with departments, administration, and school leaders to identify priorities. And then in the December and January time frame, the superintendent, along with myself and my office, puts together the proposed budget that you have before you. We then present, February is where we're at right now, presenting that proposed budget to the Board of Education and to the public. And then through the months of February and March, you have the opportunity to receive feedback and input from various stakeholders in various different ways. And then towards the end of March, the Board of Education adopts the second draft of our budget, the recommended budget. And one of the main keys there in that budget is identifying a local contribution request. The borough then receives that recommended budget by April 1st, and then they incorporate that budget specifically the local contribution request, into their borough level budget. They typically approve that the second week of May and typically have it back to us by middle of May. And then if there are any changes in our request compared to what they actually allocate to the school district, then the board would have additional work, either extra dollars or fewer dollars to work with and to make adjustments. And then the third iteration of the budget is called the approved budget, which the Board of Education typically approves the first part of the month of June. And then my office is required to provide that budget to the state by the middle of July. So the goal of this year's budget and every budget since I've been here in the district is to provide the highest quality education we can, specifically in a declining revenue environment. And I would also add to that, as I've kind of read this statement over and over again, not only just a declining revenue environment, but an increasing cost environment. So it's pressure from both sides, increasing costs as well as declining revenue. There's some significant assumptions that Mr. Doran just referred to that I'll go over. So our base student allocation, aside from enrollment, one of the biggest, if not the biggest factor in state revenue is you'll hear the term, the acronym BSA, that stands for base student allocation. That's the dollar multiplier that we multiply by enrollment to get our state funding. And that's 5,960. That's been mostly unchanged for 7 consecutive years, so it's been a significant amount of time since we've seen an increase there to keep up with rising costs. On the enrollment side, as I mentioned earlier, we're projecting a decrease of 44 students, and that's specifically compared to our 20-day actual count for this year of 12,452. And then the last assumption here, Mr. Dorn referenced, so we're assuming we have in our proposed budget a local contribution request of $59 million. That would be an increase of $5 million compared to the $54 million that the borough is providing us in the current year. One other assumption that I mentioned yesterday that is significant and should probably be on this list is in our proposed revenue projections, we are assuming a repeat of the $8 million in one-time revenue that we're receiving in the current year from the state.
Ms. Burnett.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Question about that. So I know that there has been word that the borough has agreed that 50 million would be about what they could do. Last year they did the 54, so that's what we're assuming. Now the board is asking for 59, which means that could be a difference of about $9 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So and I brought this up yesterday, I think it's an important point to focus on, is the borough specifically taxed for the current year to the $50 million level. And from what I understood from meetings as we went through the process last year is that the additional $4 million was made up of one-time funding sources rather than the mill levy that was set. So we might hear through the budget cycle this upcoming cycle a reference to a $50 million as kind of the baseline. So that might be a little bit of a disconnect. Administration, we're using the 54, what we received as our baseline, and the borough might be talking about a $50 million baseline, but yes, so the delta between their baseline and what we're asking for is the $9 million. And I'll just bring up this point. You know, this isn't a value or judgment statement anyway. I'm just reporting out the numbers. I'm not stumping for a result, but just pointing out the simple fact of how the numbers are playing out is the reductions that we're going to see in the proposed budget here in a few moments. Those are assuming we receive $59 million from the borough. And so, for example, if there's an unsuccessful effort in the special election and the local contribution were to be set at $50 million, we would have to increase our reductions by an additional $9 million. So very complicated, but I've heard people talking and read some articles, and there might be a little bit of a disconnect. I just want to make sure that that's clear, that a successful special election would not be 9 million additional in revenue in this budget. It would just get us, generally speaking, to the level that we're requesting in this budget, if that makes sense.
And I have one, Mr. Dorn, I will get to you next. When we made a request of the borough last year, that was 59 million last year as well, right? So this is a consistent ask?
Yes, so the recommended local contribution ask was 59 million. So yes, this is consistent with that recommended budget.
Thank you. Mr. Doran.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I parse my words. I want to be careful. In terms of the special election, it is, that's a decision by the borough as to how they might fund the services, education and other services in the borough. And I want to be careful that we don't cross into that. We, in our request, 59 last year, our request this year, and our assumption from the state really is reflective of what we feel is needed for providing a solid education for our students and to do the best that we can in the financial environment we are. So whatever happens with special elections or otherwise, the borough will have their decision to make on local contribution. And so I want to just be careful that we're not mixing the two things, especially in our role.
Certainly, I would concur with that statement. And then just, if I may, President Hardy, yeah, just making sure folks understand that a successful result in that election would not reduce the amount of reductions we have to make in the proposed budget. Just make sure that's clear to the public.
Yeah, and also that the borough could choose to fund however they want, that it's not dedicated funds. I know we heard that a lot, but this is their stated intention, is that it would go towards that.
And I would just, to finish that thought, I would just echo Mr. Doran's comment. Yeah, this really is a reflection of administration. So this is administration's, the board will own the recommended budget, but for our part, this is what we felt, we really need in order to provide a quality, or as good of education as we can given our circumstances.
Yeah. Ms. Marati.
If it's all right, I'm going to take it back a couple slides. I'm sorry, no, I was processing. So through the chair, may I suggest that the budget tool that was discussed earlier, the simulation, could that be provided to the budget committee with a request that the members of that committee submit their ideal budgets prior to the board's scheduled week to approve the recommended budget? That committee is already a diverse stakeholder group that's already primed and ready, knowledgeable to provide us that valuable feedback to the board. And that's like through the chair, through the committee chair, through the superintendent.
Ms. Marati is reading our minds. So our goal is to have that tool live, hopefully by the middle of February. Correct me if I'm wrong, 22nd?
22nd.
Of February. So yes, we had already talked about having that as a request of the budget committee. I think that's a great idea.
Great, thank you. And I have one more, if that's okay?
Go ahead.
Great, thanks. Also through the chair, may I request, not right now, but an email eventually providing justifications for not using the unrestricted funds in each of those line items or not line items, but items listed on page 7 of the presentation. I know there's very good reasons, but I think it would be helpful for the board, especially our new board members, to understand why. And if that wants to be presented at a future meeting, that's fine too. But I think that understanding those unrestricted funds that are sitting there, why they're there and why we're not taking them would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think that would be good to put the reasons why. On the surface, it's very reasonable for folks to ask that question. Well, man, that's a lot of money. Why wouldn't we tap into that? There's a long laundry list of reasons why it's prudent to preserve those funds as best we can. And so, yeah, I'd be more than happy to put into email form and get that out to folks.
Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, President Hardy. Through the chair, I would like to see some recommendations from admin or even the budget committee through the chair um, on that 59 million. If the 59 doesn't come through, say the borough only does 50, I would like to see some recommendations on what maybe you guys would suggest for further deeper cuts. We're already looking at 2 schools. We're already looking at increase of 5 average for PTR, safeties. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are going on right now. So I would like to see some recommendations on if that 59 doesn't come through, on where we should go further from there.
Sounds good, yeah.
Mr. Doran?
And through the chair, with that suggestion, Ms. Burnett, I assume you would want that in mind as well as the state, whether the state comes through or not, because I think it's really important. We're talking a lot about the borough, but this is a joint responsibility, the main one being the state, and then how our borough puts in. So I want to make sure we recognize the borough is only one little piece of this and what they're trying to do. So, okay, thank you. I'll take that on to the committee.
Let's get back to where we were. All right. So looking at a snapshot, a high-level overview of the finances of the proposed budget. So this first slide is our total revenue for all funds, $223,400,000 approximately, in 7 different funds listed on the right side. The vast majority of those funds is the operating fund, and the other funds that we budget out that the board specifically approves is the transportation budget as well as the nutrition services budget. We see a $6.8 million decrease from FY24, and that's mainly due to our CARES funds being fully exhausted by the end of this year and no additional funds being available for FY25. Specifically looking at the general fund and operating fund, those are synonymous terms. And the revenue breakdown, the 3 different buckets were state, local, and federal, 61% coming from the state, 32% local, and then 7% federal. About 5 years ago, a 5-year look back, that split between state and local was about 65-25. So that's a significant percentage shift of burden over to the local municipality. Local revenue breakdown there, 59, just shy of $60 million, the vast majority of that coming from the local contribution requests that I've talked about. Other local sources being utility rebates, our P card rebate program, as well as building rentals here of our schools. Oh, and a $4.8 million increase compared to FY24. In state revenue, we total of a $3.1 million decrease, 90% of our state revenue coming from foundation funding, and then another big chunk of our TERS and PERS on behalf payments. Those are revenue payments in, and they go directly out to support retirement programs for our staff. And then looking at federal revenue, we have just shy of $13 million, the vast majority of those dollars being federal impact aid to support our military-connected students here in the district. And then looking at the expenditure side of our budget, broken down by function, so that's an accounting term.
Mr. Doran?
Quick question on the impact aid. It's a decrease of, I believe, $725,000. Is that partially because the federal government also has been holding their budgets at a low rate and not providing growth, or is it the way, so you have less money, how it calculates out? Could you just explain why that would be going down?
Yeah, so specifically, I believe the reduction impact aid was a couple $100,000. The bigger portion of the reduction in federal was actually Medicaid reimbursements, I believe. But yes, impact aid has been declining over the last several years, in part due to decreased enrollment, but the vast majority of the impact aid we receive passes through the state of Alaska, And so we are in the process of investigating, trying to get to the why of that continued decline, because we actually have seen our military-connected enrollments stabilize and actually a slight increases in many corners of the borough. So we are investigating that, and I'm hopeful that we're really bottoming out here in on the federal side. So, but more to come.
Thank you.
So expenditures by function, this shows kind of a breakdown of where the district spends its money in different categories. Some of the big categories are instruction and special ed there, student support services, and then facilities, operations and maintenance there as well. So we track these numbers by accounting function, and there's about 77% of our total expenditures are instruction related. So we track, that's an important number that we track.
Mr. Doran?
Because of the importance of that instruction number percentage, around 77%, I think you've mentioned several times, you and the superintendent, that actually we are at the high end in the state to make sure that we keep at maximum, the best we can for instruction.
We are at the high end of state numbers, yes, and that's consistent, been consistent for many years. So
great, thank you.
And then just looking at expenditures by category, just as a different way to look at it. So salaries, benefits, contracted services, supplies and materials and equipment, and about just shy of 86% of our expenditures go towards salaries and benefits. And then the contracted services are services that we aren't able to acquire oftentimes within our workforce. A lot of those contracts are specifically in the special ed department. So shifting now to looking at investment and reductions that we're making in the proposed budget in 3 different categories: elementary schools, secondary schools, as well as district-wide. So we'll start by looking at the pupil to teacher ratio. An acronym that we'll throw around often is the PTR, and that basically means class size, so the pupil to teacher ratio. So in kindergarten, the current PTR for FY24 is 25. We're proposing that to remain at 25. And then in grades 1 through 5, we're proposing an increase of 5 students from 25 up to 30. And then specifically, the investment that we have referred to, other folks have referred to this evening, is an investment in our elementary district-wide music program. And then on the reduction side, so the increase in class size from 25 to 30 generates a reduction of 33 FTE classroom teachers. And for comparison purposes, we're comparing to current year, which includes CARES expenditures. Our FY24 CARES utilization is 100% into classroom teachers to maintain as low a class size as possible. Additionally, we have a reduction of 4 FTE ELP teachers at our elementary schools. That would leave 4 ELP teachers remaining, so 4 to serve 16 elementary schools, so 1 for every 4. And then a reduction of 17 FTE kindergarten aides. We have about 35 total kindergarten aides at this point here in FY24, so that's a reduction of half of those kindergarten aides. In our secondary schools, so again, looking at our PTR, we're proposing an increase in our secondary 6 through 8, grades 6 through 8, middle school grades from 27 to 32, and then an increase from 30 to 35 in grades 9 through 12. On the investment side, we're proposing an increase of approximately 1 FTE activity coordinators, and these would be partial allocations at Lathrop, West Valley, and North Pole. There currently already is a partial at our small schools of Eielson and Hutch, and this would be proposing adding partials to Lathrop, West Valley, and North Pole. So a 0.4 at each of our 5 high schools, and that would be a net increase of 1 FTE. On the reduction side in secondary, the PTR increase equates to 38.5 FTE teachers compared to the current year. And then we're proposing 1 FTE teacher at North Star College, 2.5 FTE LP teachers, and that would eliminate there currently is our 2.5 FTE, so that would eliminate the LP teachers in secondary, specifically at the middle school. 2 FTE teachers, Hutch small school allocation, 2 FTE assistant principals, 1 at Lathrop and 1 at West Valley. And then the last item is not an elimination of the positions, it's simply removing the funding source as the general fund. So it'd be moving the funding source of 3 FTE safety assistants from the general fund to a grant that the district has acquired. And then looking at district-wide investments and reductions. So we're proposing to restore the $386,000 line item that funds the replacement of our staff laptops, a $415,000 restoration of our curriculum materials budget, and then we're requesting a transportation subsidy of $800,000 to shore up our transportation fund that provides our transportation services to the community.
Mr. Doran.
Could you just explain the need for the subsidy? And I'm thinking particularly in relation to the fact that the state does give money for transportation, but it's well out of date. If you could just explain why we have to subsidize what the state otherwise.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good question, Mr. Dorn. So historically, the district unfortunately has had to subsidize our transportation services. It's been 1 additional year since the last transportation increase on the funding side. So I believe it's been 8 consecutive years without an increase to our transportation funding. We currently have a fund balance of about $4 million in the transportation fund. Unfortunately, based on our current service levels, our expenditures are going to exceed that state grant that we receive by about $2.5 million in FY24, leaving about $1.5 million. So if we were to continue the same level of service into next year, there's actually going to be a small ratchet up of costs due to the CPI and inflationary pressures. We would, even with this $800,000 subsidy, we would be short by a couple of $300,000 at the end of FY25. So unfortunately, as I mentioned, we've had to subsidize that fund due to a lack of increases over the years. We've been able to get away from that. We've been able to zero out that subsidy the last 2 to 3 years because of the pandemic, because of a combination of that, school closure related to the pandemic, as well as reduced routes due to the driver shortage. That's been a big challenge. But our contractor is slowly but surely working their way back, and it really is kind of a catch-22. We love the increasing levels of service that we provide, but obviously that comes at a cost to a situation where we're significantly behind on the revenue side that you mentioned. So unfortunately, we're ready to have significant conversation about that request in the budget. We'll just have to make some hard decisions if we want to look at altering that, as we do anticipate a negative balance in the transportation fund if we don't take action by the end of FY25.
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
And just for clarity, also the state transportation subsidy is separate from the base student allocation, the BSA conversation. So the importance of having increases to both of those for our district and other districts.
Yeah, hugely important. So, and in fairness, there is discussion about increasing that funding. Unfortunately, the numbers that I'm seeing are not going to be nearly enough to make us whole. It's important to note that unfortunately the state grant is based on enrollment. So, we've seen steady declining enrollment over time. The problem is the district has to cover the same geographic footprint. Regardless of whether we have 13,000 students or 12,000 students, we have to cover the same geographic footprint. Our district's roughly the size of the state of New Jersey. Now, we don't cover that entire landmass with buses, but it's, the point being, it's a big piece of land that we're covering. So, and that doesn't change just because we lose a few hundred students, but when we lose a few hundred students, that decreases. So we're really battling literally declining revenue with increasing costs. So it's just created the situation that we're in today. So, good questions.
Ms. Burnett.
Yeah, thank you, President Hardy. Two things. First, I just wanted, for the listening public with the educator laptop, so I was the one that proposed we cut that last year. And I have sat through tons of meetings, sitting here with the admin struggling to get their things working. I have watched sped teachers struggle to get their programs up and running. I have watched teachers struggle just to get their Google Classrooms up and running. Our technology is really hurting, and so this is definitely a need for our educators. We've got to get them working things so that they can be successful as well in their classroom. But the second part that I have is on the curriculum materials. My question is, so last year we cut that and it was cut down to 400 something thousand. Now this is in addition to that, so they're going to keep that 400. This is the 400 that was cut, correct?
That's correct. So it was reduced from 915 down to 500, and it would be restoring it back to 915.
Okay, that's all. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lopez.
I know this was given explanation. Could you go back 2 slides? So the PTR, could you explain it for the listening public of how like some classes will have 32 kids, some classes have more, some classes have lower, because it just gets a little confusing in that way?
Yeah, that's a great question. So these couldn't be thought of as targets. You know, we're shooting for kind of a middle of the road. You're going to see, you know, freshman intro class, you know, algebra 1 or intro level math classes. You know, unfortunately, you know, we're seeing even at a PTR of 30, that's our current number. You know, you're going to see classes of 32, 33, 34 in those more entry level classes. On the flip side, in a lot of our electives, you'll see numbers significantly lower than that. But that's certainly, we certainly don't see, you know, whatever the PTR is, every class doesn't have that. Unfortunately, students don't come in nice, you know, neat packages of exactly what the PTR is. So yeah, there can be a wide range of class sizes with those PTRs.
Thank you.
So then to reductions in the district-wide category, we have 1.5 FTE reductions in the health service department. So those are specific positions. Those are allocated from the district-wide level. With those reductions, we're still maintaining 1 FTE in each school building in the district. And then the next items being the closure of 2 schools district-wide for a total savings, estimated savings of $3.6 million. And then we're proposing the contracting out of our custodial services department with an estimated savings of $1.5 million. And then administrative center reductions equaling $300,000.
Mr. Doran.
Through either Mr. DeGraw, through the chair to either the superintendent or Mr. DeGraw, could you talk a little bit about the scenario with if we would do contracting custodial services? It was talked about a little bit last night, but I think for the listening audience, and I'm thinking particularly the plan to make sure we keep day custodians, or, you know, but I'll let you address that.
Yeah. So yeah, and we plan on spending a significant amount of time in work sessions, you know, going forward, talking about this topic. The RFP, request for proposal, went out about a week ago. I think it was last week, Wednesday or Thursday. There were 2 different scenarios that we're looking for proposals on. The first being 100% of the positions going to a third-party company. So we have about 100 positions district-wide in our custodial ranks, and it would be all of those positions going to an external third-party company. The scenario B that we included in the proposal was to keep our day custodians in-house and make a position that would basically be a day custodian slash lead custodian. And they would be, under that scenario, they would remain our eyes and ears for the district in each school building. And so it's important to note that when we're talking about services to schools, we went to great lengths to create, within an RFP, you set what's called the scope of services. So you're defining for the company, you're telling them what you want them to provide you. And in all scenarios, there won't be any scenario that we're looking at that a school would not still have a day custodian during the day hours, and that they would not have adequate staff custodians in the evening to clean the buildings. So that's the general breakdown of custodians, is you have a day custodian that's not so much focused on the cleaning activities of the building, but they're keeping the day-to-day going. We talked about this yesterday, that, you know, sometimes folks that aren't familiar with the school environment, they might think, well, you know, what does a custodian have to do with the educational process? All you have to do is have that person be gone for even a couple hours, and you quickly see how they positively impact the educational process. Because in their absence, then teachers and teacher aides have to go and do things that they can come in and help out with. So I want to stress to the board and the public, staff, to schools, that there's no scenario that we're looking at that will change the current makeup of the humans in their buildings related to day custodian activities or shift custodian activities. So you have the day, and then you have what's called shift custodians, who arrive at the building in the afternoon hours and stay till late into the evening, maybe a 3 o'clock to 7 or midnight shift, and they're actually cleaning the building, doing the minor maintenance cleaning, as well as sometimes more deep cleaning of the building. So we went to great lengths. I've talked about, if I may, just take the liberty here. And I've said this, I genuinely mean it. You know, our custodians take tremendous care of our buildings, and in many cases, they're key parts of the day-to-day operations. And, you know, so that major detail is not lost on us, and it was very present and so that equates out to tremendous service to the schools. I've talked about how, you know, what's a big risk of this scenario. In my opinion, a big risk is, you know, schools losing that level of service that they're receiving that benefits the educational process. And so we took great lengths, our FMD department, Ms. Carrion, and others in her department, to make sure that the laundry list of duties and services that makes up the scope of services that these companies are going to bid on is included. So they know this is what we're used to, this is what we expect, and certainly they would be expected to provide those services. But, you know, I think there's certainly benefits to the scenario B that keeps the day custodians as employees of the school district, to continue, I think, just to provide continuity throughout the school day to schools. The downside of that is that will reduce the savings, but that's certainly, you know, a consideration to look at, and that's why we included it as a possible scenario.
Ms. Burnett?
Thanks, President Hardy. Sorry, Mr. DeGraw, I appreciate your patience with all of our questions. I have to say it. You know, my mind is on funding not coming through and the possibility that our budget could look even worse than it already does. And so I would like to propose that within those, the recommendations that I asked for earlier, with the worst case scenario with the budget, if the funding doesn't come through, that $450K with those curriculum materials, I know that hurts teaching and learning. I know that hurts our books and whatnot, but you know, we're looking at science, we're looking at music and things like that. I mean, if we got to choose, I would rather get music books over science and take that budget down to help us out. So I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. Through the chair to the superintendent. Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Well, yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot because one of the major reductions here is closing 2 schools, and you know, that is going to get our community's attention. It already has. Could you talk a little bit about the process, and of course, we haven't identified anybody or this, but just the process that you're anticipating going through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I knew this question was coming because you put me on the spot last night a little bit with this question. And so the process is we've gone through this process before in terms of the closure of schools. It would be my recommendation to the board to work through the process as a board. Last time we had considerable more time in working through this process. And so at that time, the board established a committee to work through the school closure process. While I think that did provide valuable stakeholder feedback into the process, it also slowed down the process in terms of they had to work through it, and then certainly the board then had to rework through it because they weren't privy to the conversations or necessarily the materials that the committee had. And so it would be my recommendation between now and mid-March, when the recommended budget is done, that we have a series of work sessions to specifically talk to school closures. I also know we have a community forum on the 27th that we've established. I'm also interested in the community forum out in the North Pole area prior to the board making this decision and before voting on a recommended budget. I have a proposed timeline that I'd like to go over with President Hardy this week, and then we'll bring that to the board here shortly in terms of next steps. I could also see next Monday at our work session having some departmental reports of what school closure looks like in their world, how they handled it the last time we closed schools, and the way that they would handle it going forward.
Mr. Doran?
And again, last night, it's a kind of a repetition, but you talked a little bit about, in terms of the general process as it moves forward, the conversations with schools, their communities, potentially, if they were involved.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so a lot of people have asked questions. They say they see the 2 schools on there and they immediately want to know what schools it's going to be. And so administration has worked through a short list in terms of identifying potential schools that they would recommend to the school board to look at for closure. Those recommendations are based on current capacities, geography, educational programming, transportation effects, impacts on local neighborhoods, those types of things. And then before any names would be put forward, we feel like from administration standpoint, that's really important that we have conversations with the schools and the school communities that they've been named, explain that this is just the start of the process in terms of we have to put things on the table to have conversations, and that the final decision will be up to the board in the future. And so we would certainly do that before bringing any names publicly.
Oh, Mr. Lopez.
Just really quick to clarify, would the schools be closed at the end of this school year or next school year?
So it's administration's recommendation that we close 2 schools at the end of this school year. So those 2 schools would be closed going into FY25, which starts July 1st.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
I have a follow-up off of what Mr. Doran has shared. When it comes to those work sessions, I would like to see, like we have at our committees, spots for our FEA, ESSA, and FPA. Since that idea of nothing about us without us, we already have that in committees. If we're not going to create a big one, we need to invite them into the process. I would also, in how we're communicating, really want for us to have multiple ways to communicate with affected staff, being able to walk through like what does seniority look like, even if they're on that short list, so that they can begin to plan and prepare for what comes. And with our students, I err on over communicating. I think it's always safer to give more and help people make good decisions than to hold it back. And then also allowing our staff to have some control over choices. I know previously when we closed schools, the staff had to apply as external applicants, and there was like uploading of transcripts and a whole lot. I would like us to make sure we have that process really solid to make this as easy as possible on our educators who give so much, and none of us want to be making these cuts, but we can at least do it the right way. Okay, go ahead. Oh.
All right, so.
Can I pause you? Ms. Marati's remembered her question.
And just to be clear, the board has not discussed which schools are being closed. We have no idea which schools are even going to be brought to our attention or identified, I think is the word that was used. I don't even think Dr. Meinart knows, because he is going to go through a whole process. So to the community, we don't know. We're just starting this process. We will work efficiently and effectively as possible. And we gratefully accept your feedback on whatever may come to be.
Go ahead, Mr. DeGraw.
All right, so to the question, why school closure and why contract out custodial services? These obviously, emotional topics, difficult. None of the things that administration is throwing out on the table in this proposed budget is pleasant, and so we acknowledge that, and just want to point out a few items of the why. So the first item is these items will help maintain class size over the long run. So the idea is looking at reductions that we can make in the areas that are non-instruction related. So specifically to school closure, the challenge that we're facing with declining enrollment is at some point we end up maintaining square footage of physical footprint that isn't necessary or required to educate the student enrollment that we have. And so that becomes really, it can get to a point where it's wasteful use of the resources that we have. And so we're looking at reducing that footprint to better and focus more of our dollars, more of our resources to direct instruction. There's also been, some questions or comments centered around, if we close schools, will that have a negative impact on school class size? And just want to point out that school closure and the PTR that we set, those are two separate items. So the school board sets PTR completely independent of school closure, and school closure would not naturally make that number go up or down. It's a completely separate vote by the Board of Education. So another reason is, it's no secret that the district, like pretty much every organization nationwide, has had a challenge the last few years recruiting staff. And that's not a specific challenge to Fairbanks, it's a nationwide challenge. We have a difficulty time filling all of our vacancies. And so this, we have a challenge in our food services department. We have challenge recruiting counselors or teaching assistants oftentimes. And so by reducing our footprint, reducing the need for those kind of fixed allocation positions district-wide, we bring students into schools and it makes it much easier to fill those positions, reduces the number of positions the district has to fill, if that makes sense. And so the net result, and I feel like we saw this the last time we unfortunately had to close schools, is that we saw an increase in the net amount of services that we can provide to students. Many of those services being in the social emotional arena. And then these are just sustainable long-term reductions to our district budget, that any reduction that we can find in an area outside of the direct classroom is $1 less that we're going to have to reduce to the classroom. And so, again, unfortunately, with the size of the deficit, we as we went through and built the proposed budget, we got to a point where there was nowhere else to go other than class size. And if we didn't have, these two items amount to about a little over $5 million in savings. And if we didn't have those savings, unfortunately, we'd probably have to increase class size even a little more than what we have. And so really looking at trying to find every dollar of reduction we can find that's A, sustainable, and that B, has as little impact on the classroom as possible.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. Through the chair to the superintendent. If you could elaborate a little bit regarding this, I know one of the great refrains from the budget committee in their conversations was always trying to look at not just a cost savings and efficiency, but whether it actually benefits student learning and instruction. Could you elaborate then a little bit in terms of these possibilities and recognizing that our state has an out-migration, so our population is going down. It was noticed in the testimony tonight that, families are moving out of state, not that they're leaving our schools, they're moving out of state. That the benefit to the learning and opportunities for students, and I'm thinking particularly electives, course offerings, those types of things, even extracurriculars where we have a lot of combined things because of students. If you could just elaborate on that a little bit, where this makes technical sense, logistical sense, but how it also really benefits students.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it makes technical sense, it makes logistical sense, and it makes financial sense. It also improves the educational services that we provide our students. And so with all of those, that's why we're putting this forward, and those educational services being at the forefront of what's really important to us as an educational institution. As Mr. DeGraw said, this is a way to maintain appropriate class sizes for our students. It's a way to maintain additional CTE classes, electives, the bands and the orchestras, those types of things. We've talked a lot over the last couple of months as we've built this budget. School closure is not popular, but thinking about having to recruit 80 more certified teachers and almost the same amount of staff members that would go with that, with the 3 schools that we closed, is just, that's a scary proposition. And so we are in this era of, one, it's hard to recruit and retain staff here within Alaska. And we also know that there's an out-migration specifically of young families within Alaska. And so we do feel like we're spread a little thin in terms of the facilities that we have to continue to maintain and staff. And this is a way that can get at continuing to provide an excellent education for our students.
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Thank you very much for that. And I think just for the general understanding, it's important to keep in mind that this is not only a question for the Fairbanks district, it's in the state, and actually it's nationally. And the reports that have been coming out is virtually every single state is facing some of these same issues.
All right, so looking at district-wide personnel, the comparison of current year FY24, the FY24 numbers include our CARES expenditures. So approximately 1,530 FTE for current year, and then in our proposed budget, an FTE level of 1,433, so a reduction of 97.5 FTE. It's important to point out that that does not include any FTE reduction related to school closure or contracting out of custodial services. So we'll talk about often, what happens if and when additional dollars come to the district. And color me naive, but I think it's very, very possible that we'll see an increase in revenue levels from at least proposed to the approved budget. I don't know if we'll see it in time for a recommended budget, that we'll need by towards the end of March. But I think by hopefully sometime in the late May, middle of June timeframe, I'm optimistic that we will see some revenue increase, especially from the state. Administration's priority is to invest that in attempting to restore and maintain as much as possible our current FY24 class sizes. So returning back to 25 for elementary, 27 for middle school, and 30 for high school. The savings of that increase in PTR to what we're proposing is approximately $7.5 million. If you include kindergarten in that, it's right at the $8 million mark. But we we held kindergarten harmless due to taking away the kindergarten aides, and that created a $7.5 million savings. So, you know, a very possible kind of cookie cutter scenario that we can focus on is if the legislature were to reapprove the original bill, the amount that they approved last year, and if that were to avoid any kind of veto, that would generate approximately $8 million more in revenue, equating out to a 340 BSA. So if we got a 680 BSA increase, for example, that would generate 8 million additional to our proposed revenue. And so that would allow us to restore that PTR to current levels, as well as a little bit of money to restore some other items. So as far as priority add backs, that would be administration's area of to focus on. And then potential budget remedies, just things that we have thrown around behind the scenes and things to consider. One item was shortening the school calendar. And there's a certain number of savings if we reduce the number of student instruction days. There's levels of savings to doing that, just depending on the number of days that we would reduce that instruction calendar. And just to note, those savings could be significant depending on the number of days reduced.
Ms. Burnett?
So you said, you know, behind the scenes, it's been discussed. I know we've kind of played with it. We've never fully like actually looked at that. What would that look like if we were to do that? Are we talking like a couple extra days here and there? Are we talking like a whole week or two, like maybe at the beginning or at the end? How would that look?
Yeah, so we've looked at anywhere from as little as 1 day to as many as 5 days. We focused on ideas. This was all just throwing around ideas. Before I forget, one question that often comes up, well, isn't there a minimum number of instruction days that districts are required to maintain? We're required to maintain a certain number of hours per state law, and the district currently is beyond that number of minimum required hours. So we would have the ability to do this. And the ideas have been centered around maybe expanding the Thanksgiving holiday. You know, oftentimes families are, hard pressed to travel at Thanksgiving. Students are missing class time. And so expanding that holiday. There's also been talk of, staff being under a lot of pressure during the fourth quarter and maybe adding a day or two in the fourth quarter to relieve some pressure. So just really the idea phase of vetting this possibility out. But just to give context to the conversation, 1 day would save the district approximately $600,000. So each day is a $600,000 savings, approximately. That's an estimate.
Mr. Burgess?
That was going to be my question. How much per day are we saving? So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Meinert?
Yeah, so I do think that's important to put on the table. So when you look at 5 days, that's a $3 million savings, which is pretty significant. That's 2.5 students to every classroom. That's not potentially closing schools. We've had this conversation, this ongoing conversation with our labor unions in terms of support for this idea. Currently, not all of our unions are supportive of that because it certainly comes at a cost for their members in terms of wages lost for those days. That's what makes up those savings. So I want to be really clear with that, is that that's where those savings come from, our wages. But it is something that the board could potentially look at. I'm hopeful in the future maybe that we could move forward as a district and with union membership of exploring this idea, because I do think there's a lot of value in it, and certainly a lot of savings for the school district.
Ms. Burnett?
Sorry, I have a follow-up to that. It just really kind of piqued my interest here. So 5 days would equal about $3 million. Could this be something we could do instead of a school closure? Through the chair.
The board could certainly move in that direction. I don't think it accounts for all of the monies that we've accounted for in school closures, because we're estimating about $3.6 million in revenue. But certainly, if the board wanted to explore this idea, we could do so in greater detail.
Does that involve changing anything in our negotiated agreements?
I think that's one of the big questions right now. we feel from the district side that we could move forward with this, but we are trying to be good partners with our unions, and so would certainly love for them to support this idea and move forward together.
Mr. Burgess.
Just want to throw my support behind researching this more, getting more details, and I would very much like to hear from the unions about this and how it would compare to, say, contracting out janitorial services if we have to make these hard choices. Thanks.
And there's just kind of a final statement from Dr. Meinert and myself, kind of looking at, the path forward. I very much appreciated a comment that Mr. Doran made yesterday. It was quite surprising, actually, but pleasingly surprised. He knows what I'm going to say here. He made the great point of, and this goes to how large the deficit is that we're facing. We could receive the full 1,400 BSA increase that we are asking for of the state, and immediately next year we're going to be facing, I estimate to be at minimum, a $6 to $8 million deficit. And so that really kind of starts to put it into context. And so as we begin to go through the FY25 budget cycle, I just want to, you'll hear me give advice. My job is to provide advice and to give recommendations, and to both Dr. Meinert as well as to the board. And the items here are kind of pillars of good financial sound practices, making conservative revenue estimates, maintaining our fund balance. We talked about that a little bit earlier. And with the ultimate goal of the third bullet of, we want to provide the best education that we can with our limited resources. And that's really the why of the unpopular items that we're looking at. I mean, there's nothing popular or savory or positive or appetizing at all. We acknowledge that, but it reflects the reality. We can't ignore the reality that we're in. And so, by practicing sound, good financial best practices, we can start to at least get ourselves on good footing and get ourselves pointed in a good direction. And, we're going to advocate. We've advocated for years. It's very exciting to see the level of advocacy that we're seeing so far this year, and we're just starting the legislative cycle. I hope that continues. Our intent is for that to continue. We're gonna try to get every dime that we can on the revenue side. And so at the same time, once our means are established, I'm going to start, I think Miss Hardy says, with love, with love, trying to encourage us as an organization to look at what our means are and to try to get to where we start moving in the direction of living within the means that we receive from our three main funding sources. And that's scratch and claw for every penny we can get. That's, Dr. Meinert, there was a great question from Miss O'Neill at the joint. She point blank asked, how do we break this cycle? And Dr. Meinert's response to that was spot on. We need more money. And that's a fact, 100%. We need a lot more money. And we're going to advocate for every dime we can get. Part B of that answer is, once we know our means, once we've established our means, what our resources are, if we never get to a point to where we actually resolve to live within those means, we're never going to break the cycle that we're in. We just never will. We won't. And we'll continue year after year to be in large deficits, and we'll never be able to right the ship. I have children in this school district, and these numbers, those class size numbers, discourage me. They upset me. I've said, I went to Joy Elementary. It's no fun to close schools. I sat in the principal's office and looked around and was like, I went to this school. This stinks. This is no fun. So I know personally firsthand these aren't good things. And so the reason why I encourage and provide the advice that I provide, the recommendations, is to try to get us in a direction and start to build a foundation where we can avoid the year after year cycle that we've found ourselves in. And again, back to the revenue side, that's the biggest problem. That is the biggest problem. And I hope we can see, significant movement through this cycle, both at the state level and then the borough level. I'm very pleased with what we're hearing on the borough side. And we've had in my time here, we've had a great relationship with the borough, and I appreciate that tremendously. So everything we can do on the revenue side, and then starting to look at, once we've established our means, what can we do to start to live within those means that we have, to just try to break that cycle and bring stability for our students, stability for our staff. I can't imagine what it would be like to have a PTR of 35 for our high school teachers. That's not a good situation to be in. I'm not a teacher, but I have 2 high schoolers, and I can't imagine sitting with either of them for, more than an hour, let alone 33 more of them in one classroom, So, we understand the problems, and I'm pleased to have worked with Dr. Minor as well as the rest of administration to put forward this budget, and our hopes are that we can start to kind of turn the tide and see better days going forward.
Mr. Doran?
I want to thank the administration for this presentation, the one last night and the one tonight, especially because it's very sobering and very clear what the impacts are. And I know last week I was asked in terms of history of budget cuts, and I'm going to date myself because I can go back 40 years personally, in the middle of the 80s. In July, the governor cut funding to education by 50%, and my supply budget went away. People lost benefits. They went on part-time in the district that I was at that time and stuff, but the impacts across the state. In the 90s, again, I'll never forget, Rick Ross was superintendent at that time, and we talked about PTR, and he said, at that time, one student added to a classroom was $1 million. And he said, it doesn't sound bad, one more kid. But if you have a class that, because they don't come in easy packages, that, you add one, well, then you're going to have more classes. And they actually did a study that showed, even going to 25, how many classes in our district would be over 30. So the impacts often are not seen until they're there. The A+ task force, 2001, about that, was a community statewide effort. Business, educators, parents, just all the different groups. And they came up with a handshake agreement. And I remember going down to Lobby in Juneau and talking to, it was Governor Mikowski then, and being able to say in that meeting that, we were just about to scratch the ceiling again, getting back to where we were. Unfortunately, we never got beyond that. I was reminded of a superintendent search about 2010-11, and one of the candidates, when they were asked at the last thing, what else would you like to tell the board? And he said, there was Pete Lewis, and he said to the board, he said, I've gone through your numbers. And at that time, he said, if I come as superintendent, we're going to face a $16 million deficit. And he was right. We have a history of budget cuts that we've had to deal with. And I've very much, in terms of what you've presented tonight, the last few days it's been going through my mind a phrase that Governor Dunleavy has popularized, no to the future. And he has said that he wants to change that, but that our state has become reflective of no to the future. And we need the legislature to say yes to the future. We need the governor to say yes to the future, and that future right now is our kids. And so I look forward to having a yes to the future so that we can do good decisions that are long-term, that really benefit the learning, the instruction, and the opportunities for our students.
Move to extend to 10 p.m.
Second.
Just a minute. I do have two questions for you, kind of going back to what you said before. You said even if we got that 1413 BSA that we're advocating for, next year we're facing 6 million. Is that still true if it's indexed to inflation?
Want to make sure I understand. Could you rephrase that question? Ms.
A push has been to not just raise the BSA, but then to index it to inflation so that that number will go up automatically, like we do for our prisons, like we do for many other systems within Alaska.
Yeah, yeah. If that was indexed for inflation, that would likely address the deficit that we'd be facing for FY26. Yes, so that would provide us additional dollars, and it might not take care of all of that deficit, but it would go a long ways towards beginning to address it.
So it'd help us get off the merry-go-round.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then your other recommendation, and this might seem very weird coming from me, then is that we still need to tighten our belt somewhere this year, even if that were going to happen, to help us stop constantly.
Yeah,
doing
that's
the
very
cuts.
possible. Yes, it's not discounting the revenue side, but it's also looking at the expenditure side and just, again, resolve it. This is having a way forward to pay the bills of the district, having a plan. This is how we're going to pay for these costs that we're planning on incurring.
Yeah, and I want to, for the listening public, that 1413 number comes from the Alaskan Association of School Boards, and it is simply the amount of inflation that we have lost since 2017. That is it. So when I hear a lot of comments saying, we need to learn to live within our means, we need to do this, it would be very hard for any family to balance a budget if they weren't receiving raises. In fact, we know that's happening in our society. When wages remain stagnant, we see people that have to go on welfare. When wages remain stagnant across all industries, we start entering catastrophic situations, and the school district is no different. It's a budget, and it needs to increase as the costs of labor, as the cost of materials, as the cost of anything. If I were still paying what I was paying in 2017 for things, I would have a lot more fun money to spend. And it is disingenuous to ascribe a lot of our problems solely to some form of mismanagement and completely ignore the very real facts that inflation makes money go a lot less. Okay, with that, we are going to take a recess and we will come back at 9:10. I would like to call board members back to the dais. We good? We have returned from our recess. It is now 9:10. The next item, yes, on our agenda is a nutrition service report. Amy Roust, I hope I said that correctly, Director of Nutrition Services, will provide a report.
Yeah, thank you, President Hardy. I'll give some brief statements as Amy makes her way up to the microphone. And so, as you can see in the memo, the last price increase that we made to school meals was all the way back in 2008 and 2009. And as you can imagine, and as you've seen, the landscape fiscally has changed quite dramatically. If you've gone to the grocery store recently or Costco, you've seen prices skyrocket, and we feel those impacts as a school district and certainly as the nutritional services department that puts those meals together. And so we made the decision to increase meal prices slightly for next year, and I'll let Amy provide you with those details.
Thank you, Dr. Meinert. So, as he said, 2008, 2009 was our last effective increase to the prices for meals. And so since then, 15, 16 years, it has, of course, all our costs have increased: labor, food, non-food, all of those types of things. And so we're looking at increasing our meal prices for breakfast and lunch $1.25 for those who pay full price. Our reduced prices are set by federal regulations. At breakfast, we can charge no more than 30 cents for a breakfast and no more than 40 cents for a lunch. So those are federally set, and there's nothing we can do about those. Just to put a couple of things in context, our current free and reduced percentage district-wide is 34% this year. That number is through December. We haven't filed our January reimbursement claim yet. Since the 2021 school year, our food and non-food expenses have increased 30%. So that's just kind of been since COVID. And there is some federal regulations where we're having to review our full pay meal price on an annual basis. That was part of the 2010 Hunger Free Kids Act. And so if we take that $1.25 and we divide it across the past 15, 16 years where we haven't increased meal prices, it works out to roughly 8 cents a year. So if we don't increase meal prices for the next 15 years, it's only going to be about 8 cents a year.
Are there any board questions? Mr. Doran.
Thank you, and good to see you.
You as well.
And I'll preface my thing. I really appreciated over the years the work that you and your team have done in the nutrition, and loved as a principal is fresh fruit, fresh vegetables. You just worked really hard to increase those things in the student meals. So one of the questions I have is the information here with the other districts. Those are current at those districts. Do you know where they're headed for FY25?
No, I don't know where they're headed for FY25. This was the information that I was able to get from them currently. This is what their current meal prices are. They haven't really firmed up recommendations for their administration and boards yet.
I have another. Okay. You mentioned the free and reduced, and that was one of my questions, is in terms of the impact on students and families. If you could address that. And with the free and reduced, you said currently we're at 34% district-wide. How that matches historically, because I know we had a great drop, especially when the federal government very nicely said we could provide food for everybody and we'd get some reimbursement. Um, could we, I mean, the importance of families applying if they qualify, and I know that changes throughout the year with seasonal employments, et cetera, but could you talk a little bit about that free and reduced and that impact on families with these price increases and students?
So it really isn't going to impact those families whose children are eligible for free or reduced price meals. Um, it's really going to impact those that are eligible for the full pay prices. One of the things that may benefit our families in the upcoming school year is the fact that the federal government reassesses and increases the income eligibility guidelines on an annual basis. The cutoff eligibility for free is 135% of the poverty level, and the reduced cutoff is 185%. The other thing that's also going to potentially help our families qualify is the fact that we will be using the 2023 PFD value for the entire 24 calendar year. And so USDA requires that if a household or any members of that household were eligible for the permanent fund dividend, we are required to include that as income. And so when we were utilizing the 22 value, obviously that was much higher than the 23. So between those two things, we potentially may have more families who qualify and be eligible for free or reduced price meals.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
When you say like 135% of poverty level, can you give me a dollar amount? Because I'm thinking for families thinking, okay, do I qualify or not? And I know some families decide not to and for personal reasons, but where we might be, do you see that growth in the 34% reduced and free that we have now, that we could see that grow? And what dollar amounts if families are just thinking, well, yeah, I don't know what 135% or 185% is. What's the dollar amount?
So the income eligibility information we have on our district website. We also have it posted on School Cafe. And that's an income eligibility guideline that has many, many, many numbers on it. It's based upon the number of people who are in the household. And then there's a column for weekly income, biweekly, twice a month, monthly, annual. And so because it's a very large chart, we usually post that in various areas, even on the back of the application, the paper application, so that information is available to families. And if they have a specific question, they can certainly contact our office and we help them with that process.
And the other part of, do you see room for growth in that qualified, that percentage qualified for free and reduced?
I certainly hope so. I believe our community, there are families who definitely can benefit from the process and the eligibility. We do many outreaches to try and encourage them to apply. The only thing we can't do is make them. So we provide assistance, we get the information out there in multiple forms, and we do what we can to ensure that those who would be eligible can be eligible.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnett?
Thank you. First, you guys do actually do a really great job with even, I get emails all the time for my students for, make sure you fill it out because you never know if you're eligible or not. So you guys do a great job with that. Two questions. Something you just briefly said that kind of just triggered in my head that I found odd. You said that some families aren't eligible due to the PFD?
Correct.
Is that state guidelines or our guidelines?
It's actually USDA regulations that we include that as household income. And so that generally gets added on to whatever their wages are, any other income that's reported on the application.
Interesting. Okay. My second question. So I don't know if you know the answer to this or not. Maybe admin does. So through the chair to whoever has the answer. So I see on here that Juneau offers free breakfast for all enrolled students, and I just find that absolutely amazing. I know there's a lot of families and students in this town who may not get breakfast due to not being able to afford it, not having it at home, whatever. Maybe they don't qualify due to the PFD, who knows? What do you know what the cost of that is to Juneau? And if we were to implement something like that, what would we have to raise lunch prices to maybe offset that? Would you know that answer?
Number one, I do not know what it costs Juneau. Number two, we currently offer a zero-cost breakfast to our reduced eligible students. So we've been doing that for a number of years. And number three, the exact cost that it would be for us to extend that no-charge breakfast to full-pay students. I don't know what that dollar figure is right now, but I could do some math and figure that out.
Yeah, it just interesting to me. Thank you.
I think we've exhausted the questions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Doran?
Just clarification for us and for listening. This is an administrative decision, a management one. It's not something that needs to come back to us as a board, but really appreciate getting the information and so we can be informed of this.
That's correct. So I chatted with President Hardy about this and felt like that it was an administrative role. And so we wanted to bring that information forward to the board and the public just to let them know of the proposed price increase going forward.
Right. Great. And if I might, just on that, I appreciate it coming this way as information to both President and the Superintendent on this and Ms. Rouse, because I do know that a lot of times for families, they're not sure. They and even if their circumstances change during the year, they sometimes feel that they've missed the opportunity. And I think point of clarification is that they can apply at any time when they're if they might qualify, and if they just think, well, maybe it's worth putting it in because it actually helps the district and all our students in.
So at this time, given that we gave ourselves, oh, did I miss? Sorry, Mr. DeGraw, go ahead.
I know I've talked way too much tonight, but I can't help myself. Appreciate Ms. Rouse providing some really good information. It's always a challenge and a struggle to build awareness around the eligibility requirements and qualifying for free and reduced. And so appreciate the good information that she's provided. I just want to say, was just talking to her about this. We're all aware that meals were free to the entire district back in 22, and so that created a surge. Her team served over 1.3 million meals in 1 year, in one school year. And so she truly does lead a group of rock stars in that department. And I was blown away. 1.3 million meals, just unbelievable. So appreciate to her efforts and the efforts of her team. So.
Thank you. That was a good addition. Oh, Mr. Doran.
Sorry, but with that being said, and the wonderful team there, if you have not had a chance, especially for the new board members, to tour nutrition services, it is a wonderful tour and well worth taking the time to go over it. And you can hit nutrition services and facilities, management department. It's all great.
Okay. Now, given that we gave ourselves flexibility in our agenda, in an effort to get our kernels back home sooner, we're going to reorder the action items and move number 5, the joint resolution, up to now. So the next item on the agenda is Resolution 2024-03. It is a joint resolution of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly and the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District Board of Education in support of the fair, inflation-adjusted state funding required to maintain a quality public school system and increase student performance. Okay. You look like you're, oh, I'm
Move
gonna do, oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
Move to approve Resolution 2024-03, a joint resolution of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly and the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District Board of Education in support of the fair, inflation-adjusted state funding required to maintain a quality public school system and increase student performance.
Second.
Do we want to do? Okay, so now we're opening the floor up to public comment, and we do have some people who are signed up in advance. So the first is Ms. April Smith, and I believe she is on Zoom.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is April Smith, SMITH, and I reside in North Pole. I just wanted to say that I mostly support the joint resolution. I support increased funding for education from the state of Alaska. I think it's a lot that we're asking for, and the way we word it as not less than, which I understand why we do it, you know, isn't the way that I would word it. And I probably wouldn't go to $1,400 plus, but I do support increased state education funding. So I just wanted to say that.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. The next person up is Ms. Sally Duncan.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I urge you to vote against this resolution for the following reasons. And by way of transparency, there was a letter that was written to you that was much longer than what this testimony is. It also went to the Borough Assembly, and it also went to all of the legislators. So if that is something that you have received, I'm hoping you have, you'll know where all of these points came from. So for the following reasons, number one, the CARES funding was temporary, and that was known to begin with. So that's not really a reason to consider funding from the state. The pupil-to-teacher ratio, discipline, chaos should be under the control of the teacher if you allow them to do their job. A child needs to be made responsible for their behavior. Tests and grading measure student loss of learning, pretty simple and straightforward. Social, emotional, mental health belong to the parents with medical assistance if necessary, not the teacher's business. Teachers are not qualified for that. If excellent, supportive, safe environments are at risk, that is not a money problem, but a teacher support problem. Equitable is a falsehood perpetrated by those who want us to think that outcomes must be the same for all children, when it is actually, in fact, opportunities that must be the same. Many teachers whom I've talked with would give their eye teeth to teach based on a real curriculum, such as Hillsdale College provides. It's much cheaper than what you are doing currently, affords the child the opportunity to truly succeed in school, in life, and relationships. And there are many other curriculums out there that are similar to that. Until the current system has a track record of successful outcomes with our children, there should be no increase in funding. The proof is in the pudding. Give us children who can read, write, communicate effectively, add, subtract, multiply, divide without a calculator, Knowing your country's history is important, geography, have some knowledge of science, and are excited to learn more because life is a school. You learn every day if your mind is open to it. Not trying to find out how they feel about where they are in life. They don't have a clue. They are children. Treat them as such. Stay away from the sex subjects. That's not your job. You as a body are pushing that premise, and I, for one, am not willing to pay you more money to do that. Change your focus and your attitude. Pretty simple. I want the very best for my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and beyond. And right now, you're not it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Are there any questions? And I will clarify, because I checked, I hadn't received an email, but we have found it. It went to our spam for some reason, so that will be sent out to the board.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of my list. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this topic? Seeing none, public comment is closed, and we will move to reading the resolution. And the elementary school teacher in me has decided we're going to do it popcorn style, which means we'll move around. And thank you to the colonels for sticking around to participate. And if you would kick us off, Colonel Cole.
Whereas strong educational systems are a vital part of economically strong and healthy communities, and
whereas Article 7, Section 1 of the Constitution of the State of Alaska mandates that the legislature shall by general law establish and maintain a system of public schools open to all children of the state, and
Whereas the state of Alaska's foundation formula, AS 1417, is the statutory mechanism for funding Alaska's system of public schools based on a per-student basis, and
Whereas the Alaska Urban Consumer Price Index calculates that inflation increased 27.6% since July 2016, and
Whereas the base student allocation, BSA, which is the primary component in the foundation formula, remain unadjusted between July 1st, 2016 and June 30th, 2023, and the BSA increased from $5,930 to only $5,960 effective July 1st, 2023, comprising a 0.5% increase since July 1st, 2016, and
Whereas the state of Alaska's formula for funding pupil transportation has not been adjusted since July 1, 2015, despite significant inflationary drivers in fuel and labor costs, and
Whereas the state of Alaska in June 2015 halted its established model of reimbursing municipal governments for 60 to 70% of their debt service for new school construction and major maintenance, and subsequently asserted that it will reimburse only 50% of that service when funding resumes in fiscal year 2025, and
Whereas significantly increasing assessed valuations have increased the required local contribution, or RLC, thus shifting the additional funding burden to taxpayers, and
Whereas static funding provided by the state of Alaska's foundation formula since the 2017 fiscal year and its pupil transportation formula since the 2016 fiscal year, despite inflationary drivers and dynamic changes to the cost of educating students in districts across the state of Alaska, have significantly increased the structural deficit and diminished the purchasing power of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, FNSBSD, and districts across the state. And
Dr. Miner, are you? Okay, back to the colonels.
I can do it. Whereas, despite periodic but unpredictable allocations of one-time funds, the state of Alaska's nearly static BSA, multiple unfunded mandates, outdated district cost factor, and unadjusted pupil transportation funding, together with its deviation from prior practices of reimbursing school construction and maintenance, have produced marked cost shift to Fairbanks taxpayers, and
whereas in response to these challenges, the FNSBSD and administration have made more than $50 million in cuts, decreased FNSBSD, administrative positions, closed multiple schools, increased class sizes, cut educator salaries in real dollars accounting for inflation, shifted a greater percentage of healthcare healthcare costs to employees, maximize efficiencies and additional revenue streams, and
Whereas since 2017, the FNSBSD has confronted the necessity of laying off 148 educators and administrative staff, a figure that would have been significantly higher were it not for the judicious utilization of CARES funds and the general fund balance to sustain essential positions. The district and its commitment to aligning available resources with the aspirations of the community has been compelled to make challenging decisions. These include, but are not limited to, increasing class sizes at all grade levels, discontinuing the district-wide art center program, eliminating elementary band and orchestra, ceasing elementary reading intervention programs, reducing foreign language offerings and various elective programs, as well as implementing cuts in numerous sports and activities programs. And
whereas the FNSBSD has moderated the impact to student learning over each of the past 4 budget cycles by allocating the majority of its $33 million in federal fund relief's CARES money to maintain pupil-to-teacher ratios, facilitate continuity of learning, measure and address student learning loss, and address students' social, emotional, mental health, and academic needs resulting from the pandemic, and such relief funds will be completely exhausted by the close of September 2024. And
Whereas FNSBSD's commitment to providing all students an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment while ensuring they have an equal and adequate opportunity to achieve to the state's curriculum and performance standards is now at unprecedented risk. And
Whereas the FNSBSD Board of Education may be forced to eliminate approximately 200 additional educators, paraprofessionals, and key support staff in May 2024, unless early legislative action is taken in advance of the FNSBSD Board of Education's obligation to pass a balanced budget for the 2024-2025 school year.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough FNSB Assembly and FNSB Board of Education hereby urge the Alaska Legislature and Governor to address the state of Alaska's constitutional responsibility to maintain its system of public schools by passing immediate legislation to, 1, raise the base student allocation by no less than $1,413, 2, a total of $7,373, so as to account for inflation since July 1st, 2016, and enable strategic investments in improved student outcomes, and 2, increase its transportation funding by at least $270 per pupil to $1,172 per pupil for the fiscal year 2025, and
be it further resolved that the FNSB Assembly and FNSBSD Board of Education hereby urge the Alaska State Legislature and Governor to establish a means for the state of Alaska to be able to maintain its system of public schools by 1, passing additional legislation that will adjust the base student allocation to account for inflation on an annual basis. 2, passing additional legislation requiring the state to fund to the total basic need, allowing all local contributions to be added to the basic need, not deducted from it. And 3, return to traditional models of cost sharing for capital projects.
thank you. I will now open the floor to board discussion. Mr. Doran?
Thank you. I want to just note how my full support for this and how much I appreciate the partnership with the Assembly on this and our working together. In talking with the Borough Clerk, there has not been a joint resolution since 1988. There were several in the 70s and early 80s. And why I think this is really significant is because of the fact that it reflects both school district needs and borough needs in providing services to the citizens of our borough, and recognizing that there's a big burden that has come on the borough taxpayers, um, and because of the state actions. And so this addresses both sides of that, but it's that common interest in really saying, I think one of the assembly members have often said, education is the bedrock of civilization of our community, and that this is an integral service, one of many that our borough provides, but absolutely integral and significant. So I want to really recognize that and the leadership that both bodies has taken to bring this together, because of that common interest and that importance for our whole community. So I'm fully supportive.
Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, I just want to echo those comments, really. This makes me really proud to work so well with our borough assembly and to address issues that are affecting us all. So I really appreciate the work that all of the Board of Education and the assembly members that brought this forward put into it. The thoughtfulness of the whereases. It's a lot, but I think it's all very necessary, and I really am fully supportive of this. We need the funding, and the state needs to do its part, and that's what this is saying. Thank you.
Ms. Marati.
I too want to thank our partners at the Borough Administration and Borough Assembly. I joined the board in 2018. We quickly met as a joint body right after I came on the board, and then haven't met since. It's a long time, and we are all in this together. So my immense gratitude to our Borough Assembly, the Borough Administration, and our leadership here at the school district for making this happen. Thank you.
Is there anyone else before Mr. Doran?
I just want to add, because it was referenced earlier, and I think this is important, and with some of the testimony tonight, the importance of this resolution gives an outline for advocacy for education, for public education. And I want to note for the community that every single board member last year and every single board member this year very actively advocated for increases to education. And I think that's important. This is one of those things that we are absolutely all in unison on.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, President Hardy. I actually just want to reference some comments that were made during testimony as well. The reason for the whereas with the CARES funds is more so that the legislature understands that we have exhausted everything. We were well aware they would come to an end. We were well aware we would run out. The reason this is in here is so that the legislature understands, because last year there was a document that circulated that really hurt us. And no matter what we said, the document said another thing. And so the legislature went off of the fact that the school districts have CARES funds. And this specifically now solidifies through resolution that, hey, we do not have CARES funds. And so that's what this is directly in relation to, and I also support it. Thank you.
Yep. And to close us up, something that came out of advocacy when Ms. Burnett and I went down to Juneau, and it was powerful because it was united front. It was progressive and conservative saying this is not a my side, your side issue. This is a nonpartisan future of Alaska issue. We cannot continue to flat fund education. That is a cut every year. And I have, as an educator, as a mom, as a community member, it breaks my heart to see what it's doing to our community. And it is time for us to invest in the future of Alaska. And it cannot be on the backs of our borough taxpayers. And currently, with the required local contribution, that's what's happening. And the state needs to do its job. With that, Ms. Richardson, would you call the vote?
Colonel Cole,
Yes, fully support.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes, wholeheartedly and emphatically.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused. Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes to the future.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Absolutely, yes.
Motion carried.
Love it. All right. Now we will move on to the item number 1, since we reordered, and that is Superintendent Dr. Luke Minert will present the district's reduction in force plan, and the plan will be put before the board for adoption.
Thank you, President Hardy. This reduction in force plan is laid out in statute 14.20.177. And this plan is necessary for the board to adopt to give us the flexibility as a district to reduce the number of tenured teachers if that's necessary through the budget cutting process. And so there's 2 ways for the district to qualify for this reduction in force plan that's laid out in statute. The first is if school attendance in the district is decreased, which it has. So that's the way that the district is qualifying for this RIF plan. The other is the basic need for the school district determined under AS 14.17.410B1 decreases by 3% or more from the previous year. I did want to go through some questions that we've got in terms of how you think you might potential or how tenured teachers might be affected in layoff statuses. Currently, there's a potential in reductions specifically with elective teachers. Sometimes as we're starting to do schedules and we're getting course requests, if there's a reduction in an elective that teachers teach, if those teachers aren't certified in other areas, then that may be necessary that teacher is laid off. It is also possible that with a large number of regular education positions reduced potentially throughout this budget, that we may also get at tenured teachers. And so overall, this plan is laid out in statute, gives the district that flexibility if we need it, which hopefully we don't. And so that's why it's in front of the board this evening. Happy to answer any questions. We also have Ivory McDaniel and Andy DeGraw here to for future assistance.
Before we move to questions, may I have a motion?
Move to adopt.
Thanks, Tim. Move to adopt the FNSBSD reduction in force plan.
Second.
Okay. We do have one person signed up for public testimony, and it is Miss April Smith, and she is on Zoom.
Hello.
We can hear you.
My name's April Smith. My last name is Smith, and I reside in North Pole. Let's see here. I support the budget and the force reduction plan. I do not support the huge class sizes, and I don't really want them, but living in reality is needed when dealing with public funds. I would like to recommend considering reorganizing in a radical way to combat these class sizes. Having K-1-2 go to 3/4 day schedule that we used to have with kindergarten in the past would show that the district is in fact a learning organization and not a daycare. It would allow 15 students in the classroom during an academic block and larger classes during lunch, recess, and specials where it's fun and not critical academics. Please consider opening this discussion. Parents want their children to have the best academic outcomes and deserve a conversation about this possibility that would prioritize academics over daycare. I'm glad to hear that the board will sincerely support closing schools. If you keep not following the law and violating parental rights of families, you'll be able to close schools every year as parents see the light and part ways with your wokeness and irresponsibility. Regarding Ms. Hardy's rambling support for the special election, is that really the position of the board?
Ms.
Have you
Smith, could
voted
you please
and
keep it
taken the official?
to the topic at hand?
This is still about the RIF, as it is in regards to reducing the number of employees.
The special election is not part of the reduction in force plan.
If this is a debate, Ms. Hardy, I believe that it is
This is
a
not a
part of the
debate. We do
reduction in
not
force
debate with
plan.
public during testimony.
It's about the
Could you
budget.
please keep it to the topic at hand, please?
Once again, I do not support the special election, and I do not support Ms. Hardy squashing public comment that she doesn't want to hear.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Marati.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Can you explain again your recommendation about the K through second grade class sizes?
Sure, Ms. Marati. Probably when your daughter was kindergarten age and my older kids were kindergarten age, they used to go to school for a 3/4 day, say 9 a.m. until 1:30 instead of 3:30. Half the kids went in the morning and did academic blocks, so math and reading. And then the other kids came, they did lunch, recess, and specials. And then those morning kids went home, and the afternoon kids stayed and did their academic block. That made the academic time only have half of the students, being at that time about 12 kids, which turned out pretty good results. And it uses the same number of teachers, the same number of students, just gives the teachers more one-on-one time with the students.
Thank you for your testimony. Public comment is now closed as there's no one else in the building. I need a motion to extend.
Move to extend to 10:30.
Second.
All right, and now we can open this up to board comments and questions for Dr. Minert. Mr. Doran.
Okay, I'll have a couple questions I'll ask, and then you put me back in the queue. Just to check, as I read through this, to the best of my knowledge or memory, besides the updated numbers, there didn't seem to be any other notable changes in the process that we've used in past years. Am I correct on that, or could you highlight if there are any notable changes?
I believe you're correct, but let me double check with Ivory. Okay, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Marati.
The sentence on the first page, kind of towards the bottom, says based on the projected revenue, the overall revenue drop for fiscal year 25 would be approximately 9.6 million. Through the chair, could someone explain that number to me?
Andy, are you tracking the question?
Yeah, yes. So that is going to include CARES funding. So it's a drop in CARES funds. I'll need to go back and verify what exactly makes up the 9.6 million, but I can get that information to the board.
Ms. Maple.
I'm not sure that it is completely on topic, but going off of the public testimony that was given, while I don't believe that our schools are operating as daycares in any capacity, I am curious about what transportation costs would look like and if they would be increased trying to implement a model like that. Can I just put, I don't expect an answer right now, but can I pose that question to the administration?
We'll certainly take that question and bring that back to a work session for further discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti, through the chair, Ms. Moretti, for asking that question on the dollar amount. The state of Alaska revenue piece of 114 plus million, does that include the assumption of the 8.1 continuation of 8.1 that we got this year for one time? So does that include that?
Yes.
Okay. So if for any reason the borough the local contribution or the state one time does not come through, then actually that would add to that 9.6 million decrease. Is that right? And we need to keep that in mind in doing a rev.
Correct.
Another question.
Ms. Burnett.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this completely, as I've never done this before. So this is a plan of action for when the time comes if we need to have a reduction in force, correct?
That's correct. And specific to tenured teachers have protected employment in terms of the expectation for continued contracts. And so that's laid out very clearly in statute. And that's why this reduction in force plan is needed specifically for tenured teachers. You know, I think we heard or maybe saw some emails come through of why administrators aren't included in this reduction in force plan. As you saw in our budget proposals, there are some recommended cuts to administration. But the statutes don't lay out the necessary protections for administration. They don't have the rights to continued employment, and so you know that's why they're not included in this reduction in force plan. That's specific to tenured teachers.
Thank you,
Mr. Doran.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Because my question is in terms of tenured but not administrators. Administrators don't have tenure as an administrator in the state. They only if they keep their teaching certification, they are tenured as a teacher and fall into that category. My question is basically in terms of three groupings, we have tenured, non-tenured, and we have a number of emergency certs. Who may or may not have the full certification. Are they, is that progression correct, or for the instance of the emergency certs, only just considered as non-tenured as any other non-tenured teacher would be, or where do we stand?
Yeah, I'll take an initial stab at that, and then I'll make sure that I've clarified this correctly, and that we don't see them necessarily as three buckets. They're certainly emergency certification teachers, but those are non-tenured teachers. And as long as they're working towards their certification process, then they're not treated differently than non-tenured teachers. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So there's two buckets, as you indicate, and it's tenured or non-tenured. And those teachers that have been issued an emergency certification through the state of Alaska are considered non-tenured. We, as the district, have different parameters for them to be able to be eligible for a continued contract. So like the very first one is enrollment in a teacher prep program, and they have to provide proof of that by May 1st for us to extend our sponsorship of their certification into the next school year. So it's two buckets, tenured and non-tenured, and they fall into the non-tenured category.
Related.
Did you have one, Andy? Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could, I just did a little quick little investigation to respond to Ms. Marati's question. That $9.6 million number is incorrect. It's actually the number that was on the prior document immediately prior, so last year's. That should read $1.2 million, the drop in revenue. However, I just point out that that does not in any way impact or delay the board's ability to take action on this document. As Dr. Minert just referenced, we're not taking this action, asking the board to approve this document based on a decline in revenue, rather a decline in enrollment. So we provided the decline in revenue just for informational purposes. But again, one of two ways we are able to take action on this, either revenue or enrollment, and we're taking the action based on enrollment, not revenue. So that and we'll update the document to read $1.2 million in decline.
Mr. Doran has a follow-up, and it will be.
Going, as I read through this and with specific reference to tenured, particularly at the high school level because of discipline areas, et cetera, I am mindful of 1988 or 89, we actually as a district laid off 150 plus teachers, and we brought back secondary teachers to elementary positions. They had the option, but many of them came to elementary. Many of them, I know several who stayed there for another 20 years. They loved it. Shook in their boots when they went in, several of them told us. But really, really enjoyed it. So my question then is, because state law, I believe, is still the same, that you need to be certified, we try to get people in their area of endorsement to the best of our ability. But would that be an option, especially given our vacancies that we've dealt with all year, the difficulties of getting emergency certs, and having someone who's prepared, knows classroom management, knows those things. It might be challenging them a little bit. They're learning some new things, but basically we have an experienced teacher. So would that be one of the considerations that could be included in that? So we make sure we have people know they have a job. It may be in a different situation.
I think that's a good question, and not one that I'm prepared to answer tonight. I think there's a fair amount of logistics that go into that. That certainly would break from current practice. We typically require people to have an endorsement in the area that they're teaching, and so we can think about that a little bit more and get back to you on an answer for that.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we, as Fairbanks, did work in terms of areas endorsement even back then, but. Yep, just an idea to think about, and I think could meet some of our needs.
Ms. Marati.
Thank you. We've had to do this every year that I've been on the board. Thankfully, almost every year, all recalls were successful, that we got to actually do that. The reason we have to do this vote is caused by reductions in funding or enrollment, but also this happens due to the timing. If you look at the document, it specifically states the district is requesting a local contribution of $59 million, which would be an increase of $5 million compared to fiscal year 24. However, the Borough Assembly will not make a decision on this until May. Therefore, this increase cannot be assumed for purposes of this RIF plan. So we have to assume the worst, approve this RIF, and then if funding comes through, recall everybody back. So I encourage folks to talk to your officials, state, and because state budget has a similar timeline issue, and borough assembly officials about the timing of our budgets to hopefully reduce the need to do this every year. Thanks.
Ms. Burnett.
So I'm reading through it, and I just want to trying to just process and understand. So I know it has this section in here talking about the notices to FEA and such. What does this do to our contracts, to our agreements with these tenured teachers? I mean, do they still get their retirement and stuff like that off of this? Yeah, that's my question.
I might punt that over to Ms. McDaniels to speak to that.
Right, so their teacher contract is still intact unless they are placed into a layoff status. And so we have issued contracts to all of our tenured teachers at this point, and they have 30 calendar days to which to sign to indicate to us that they are planning to come back next school year. What we hope is that through the issuance of contracts and natural retirements and resignations, that through attrition, we don't have to lay anybody off. That's what we're really hoping for. But we have to let that process play out until we actually know. And then the other thing that an added layer to it, especially at the secondary level, is finding out what the courses are going to be for next school year. And so what teachers do we need for next school year? So we have to let a couple of processes play out before we actually know what our needs are going to be for next year. So we hope that we don't have to get to tenured teachers. That's really the reality, is that we hope we don't have to get there. But we have to have this RIF plan in place just in case we do. So that's why we brought it before the board here today to adopt that. But we hope that through attrition we don't have to facilitate that process. But I think to what Dr. Meinert said earlier is that you may have a teacher that is solely endorsed to teach one subject area. So let's just say you are a ceramics teacher and we cut the ceramics at that school and there's no other place for you to go, then you would be in a layoff regardless of your tenure status. So that's another where he talked about program reductions where that could happen as well. So there's a variety of factors that still have to come into play before we can actually figure out what we need for next school year. And so we're getting this in place just in case we need it, but the hope is that we don't.
Thank you.
Ms. Maple.
On the last page, top of the page, number 7, it's one of these caveats is layoff status does not constitute a break-in service for retaining tenure rights and accrued sick leave. And I had written a note on it that just said why when I was reviewing it before the meeting, but pushing that thought forward when Miss Logan was giving testimony earlier, one of the things she referenced in connection to something totally different, though, was that her fear of us making a misstep that would be impossible to walk back in connection to custodial services. And this one strikes me in the same way that I mean, maybe that's just what our practice has always been. That's always a piece of these that we approve. Of course, this is my first time doing that, being a part of this, but that I fear that hurts our ability to retain staff in the future should we get to this point and it's a staff member that we would very much hope to be able to have returned to the district within, whenever we could, that we would be really hurting that potential relationship. So I'm just curious about the background of that, if that is always in here, if that is just the way that we do things, or if that's something that can be explored more.
So if I'm understanding your question, and I might have Ivory weigh in as well, as I do, the way that I interpret that is that's a protection for the teacher in terms of that not constituting a break-in service, because once you do have a break-in service, let's say you leave the school district and you go seek other employment, then you lose your tenure rights in the school district. And so this is saying that even though you're in a layoff status, you still are tenured when you're called back.
I read it backwards.
And just to add, you maintain your leave balances as well. So if I'm an employee who's laid off and I'm recalled, I maintain my leave balances from when I left.
Excellent.
So it's a benefit to the employee.
Good.
And it's a 2-year recall. So it's up to 2 years. So that it's a pretty large period of time as well for the recall.
Thank you for that clarification. I have a lot of relief.
Is it short? I'm really hoping to get us out
I will
by
keep it
11.
brief. Yes.
Okay.
I will keep it brief, but I think it is important in terms of understanding context for this, is that the RIF is actually following state law and statute and is specific to tenured and certified tenured staff. And I think it is important that the benefits we keep because it helps people stick around and wait, and sometimes the last minute, oh, we need a teacher here. And that's where that flexibility to be able to fill vacancies, especially at this time of year, that I think teachers want to teach and providing those opportunities. And I might just say that back when they laid off 150, they were calling people back in December. As soon as they had an opening, got people back in opportunities so they wouldn't move out of our community or feel left out.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, could you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Okay, Colonel Alvarado and Colonel Cole have both left, so they're excused. Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes, somewhat reluctantly.
Yeah.
Miss Marati,
Unfortunately, yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
We can't qualify all our votes, even though we would very much like to sometimes. The next item on our agenda is the resolution recognizing Music in Our Schools Month. Resolution 2024-15 recognizes March 2024 as Music in Our School Month throughout the district and the community, and encourages students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in music and arts throughout the month and the entire year. May I have a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2024-15, recognizing Music in Our Schools Month.
And we do have one person signed up for public testimony, and that is Miss.
Second.
Oh, I always skip it. I'm sorry.
Second?
Yep, Tim's got it.
Okay.
Thank you. We do have one person signed up, and that is Miss Erin Genoso, and she is on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And thank you for letting me switch this to Zoom. So my name is Erin Genoso, Janoso, and I live in Fairbanks. And I just wanted to, since we're speaking to Music in Our Schools Month, I had wanted to use this opportunity to just call attention to some of the awesome things that happen in Fairbanks for that celebration. It's something that's celebrated nationally via the National Association for Music Educators, and different communities celebrate the month in different ways. And so some of the things that happen here in Fairbanks is there's an annual art contest that happens where any student in the school district can submit designs. And if they are the winning, if their design is the winning one that's chosen, it ends up becoming the design for the that year's Music in Our Schools Month shirts, which are sold as a fundraiser for the music camp and other experiences like that for Fairbanks students, scholarships. And so if folks were interested in purchasing this year's shirts, the winning student was Miranda, and I believe her last name is Parachu. I might not be pronouncing that correctly, but you can go this year to a website called apparelnow.com and search for Music in Our Schools Month. So apparelnow.com and search for Music in Our Schools Month, and you will see the winning design as well as the various things that can be purchased with that on it. It's the sweatshirts, t-shirts, but there's some other options as well, including stickers and mugs and things like that. So that's pretty cool. And something else that is happening this year is each one of the things that happens in Fairbanks are these large joint concerts where students, various from the various schools in the district come together to jointly rehearse and then jointly perform. So middle school students from the different middle schools in Fairbanks will rehearse together and then perform together these pieces they've prepared for the community, middle school students and then the high school students. It's quite a huge undertaking for both the students and the teachers to make these concerts ready to be able to get together ahead of time to rehearse, and then also then to put these huge performances on for the community. But there's an effort that was put forth by a couple of our middle school band and orchestra teachers, Simon Trainer and Bob Lockwood, bringing the composer, trombonist, and educator Adrian Sims to Fairbanks this year. So in March, he will come up from the lower 48 to Fairbanks. He is a composer, and he has composed several of the pieces that the middle school band students will be performing this year. And so he will come into their classrooms, perform workshops, teaching them about, introducing some of his compositions, and teaching them about how to compose, how to rehearse, and what some of the career opportunities in music might be for them. And then he will act as a guest conductor during the March Music in Our Schools Month
Ms.
band
Genoso,
concert.
that's time. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. Thank you for the opportunity and all that you all do. Thanks.
Are there any questions for Ms. Genoso? All right, thank you so much again for taking the time both to sit here and call in.
Yep, thank you. Absolutely.
All right, and now we are opening it up to board comments. Oh, wait, we haven't read the resolution. Let's do that. And I think it was somebody volunteered. It was, go ahead, Ms. Burnett.
Fairbanks Northstar Borough Board of Education Resolution 2024-15, recognizing Music in Our Schools Month. Whereas the National Association for Music Education's annual celebration, Music in Our Schools Month, designates and celebrates each March as a time when music educators, students, and the community engage in promoting the benefits of high-quality music education programs, and music education becomes the focus in our community and across the nation. And whereas this year's theme, I See Me in Music Education, seems appropriate as we continue to move forward in these uncertain times, and where music has certainly helped many get through the past year when the pressures and restrictions have seemed and may continue to seem impossible. Focus on finding ways to make music alone and safely with others. And whereas music educators in the Fairbanks Northstar Borough School District are committed to maintaining and improving school music programs for all students regardless of their socioeconomic status or their abilities. And whereas Fairbanks music educators are even more steadfast in their commitment to continue to provide students virtual and safe in-person access to lessons, group performances, music competitions, and more through creative and innovative means. And whereas music and the other arts are significantly enhance the moral and quality of in-person and remote school environments, and our music education programs include a broad range of types of music groups and active musical experiences. And whereas the study of music is basic to a well-rounded education, engages students in individual and group activities, develops creativity, teaches problem solving, and develops critical and evaluative skills. And whereas research has documented participation in school music also promotes cognitive, social, and emotional development, as well as skills valuable to the workforce, such as motivation, attentiveness, self-discipline, teamwork, persistence, empathy, respect, and leadership. And whereas the district's vision statement includes preparing every student to contribute to society as a competent, confident, caring, and curious citizen. Now, therefore be it resolved, the Fairbanks Northstar Borough Board of Education designates March 2024 as Music in Our Schools Month throughout the district and community, and encourages students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in music and the arts throughout the month and entire year.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. And now we will open it up to the board. And I'm going to remind us that it's 10:18 now, and we would like not to extend again. So as much as I know we'd all love to, let's try to keep it short and sweet. Mr. Doran?
Thank you. Just a couple of short comments. One, I really want to recognize what we've heard, opportunities, people supporting music from our community. I want to recognize the music teachers, particularly at elementary, who have taken on the extra work in many, many of our schools to introduce students to instruments and et cetera in preparation for middle school and high school. And the partnership with Fairbanks Arts Association, who works with the Fairbanks Concert Association, the Symphony, and other arts groups to provide school performances for students. And I think it's truly impressive to, because I helped usher at these, to watch the performers interact with students. They prepare an opportunity that's specific to the students, which is great. The last thing I wanted to comment is the importance of this. We talk, it's very typical to hear, well, math and music skills go together. Okay. But what I think a lot of people miss, and especially with our state looking at the READS Act, is that music really is a great support for reading skills. It is reading things on a paper. And that piece, and the other aspect of oral language development, which is part of our standards in the state, music, choral, choir, etc., really, really makes a difference with that. And certainly not to forget some of the high school performances that are musicals. That goes all in this in developing and supporting our state standards in language arts. And so we need the support also for funding for these things.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Anyone else? Ms. Burnett?
I just wanted to say how much I support this. I said it earlier, I am a student of music. I play flute, saxophone, oboe, taught myself with most of them. It's gotten me to where I am. It led me to my job. Music is amazing. I love rock and roll. I love it all. Support music in any way you can, especially in our schools for our kids.
Mr. Burgess?
I'll keep it brief. I support this. Music in our schools are important for reasons that were already explained. There's a strong correlation between academic success and participating in music programs. And I have fond memories of being in band and orchestra and music when I was in elementary school and middle school. And I think it's good for us all. So I fully support this, and I'll leave it there.
Anyone else? I fully support this as well. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett?
So much yes.
Ms. Maple?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Move to extend to 10:40 just so we can finish the last two items and comments.
Second.
I pay someone by the hour. We can do this. Okay, moving on. Our next item on the agenda is Resolution 2024-16, recognizing International Women's Day. Making sure I get the right one. Resolution 2024-16 recognizes International Women's Day on March 8th, 2024, and encourages schools to honor the day with activities and lessons so students and the community may learn and be inspired by the potential that can be gained through women's visions and leadership.
Move to approve Resolution 2024-16, recognizing International Women's Day.
Second.
We do have one person signed up for public testimony tonight, and that is Miss April Smith, and she is on Zoom.
Thank you. My name is April Smith, SMITH, and I reside in North Pole. As you know, I would never support this resolution because of the association of International Women's Day as a pro-abortion day that many people choose to celebrate the murder of innocent unborn children on. I would like to take my 3 minutes to tell you about a woman you should celebrate that would make you extra inclusive. She was a woman who made waves and history. St. Frances Xavier Cabrini, known as Mother Cabrini, was an Italian-American Roman Catholic nun and missionary who lived from 1850 to 1917. She's renowned for her dedication to social service and her role as the founder of the Missionary Sisters of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. Cabrini became the first American citizen canonized as a saint by the Catholic Church in 1946, recognizing her tireless efforts in providing education, healthcare services, and more to immigrants, particularly in the United States. Saint Cabrini is widely venerated for her compassion and selfless commitment to improving the lives of those in need. On March 8th, International Women's Day, A movie about Francis Xavier Cabrini's life will premiere at Regal Cinemas in Fairbanks. Christina Dell'Anna, who plays Mother Cabrini, is superb and flawlessly imbues the 19th century nun with the fervent and unwavering strength of purpose and dedication needed to surmount the ever-growing number of obstacles that came her way. She does not neglect the subtle vulnerability and motherly nurturing needed to fully breathe life into Frances Cabrini. It is a performance deserving of accolades and awards. Ultimately, Cabrini is an uplifting and beautifully rendered story of an amazing woman whose fervent life of selfless devotion to God is a must-see for the faithful and faithless alike. I would encourage all people to take in this inspirational life and to look at the lives of women who fought to be allowed to sacrifice and lay down their lives in service to Jesus Christ, who laid down his life for those who accept him.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Smith, for sharing that with us. Ms. Marati, would you please read the resolution?
I would love to. Thank you. Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education, Resolution 2024-16, recognizing International Women's Day. Whereas women contribute significantly to social, economic, cultural, spiritual, political, and educational development in our society. And whereas International Women's Day celebrates unity, advocacy, and action and has been observed each March 8th since the early 1900s. And whereas International Women's Day marks a call for action for accelerating gender equality by raising awareness to the struggles of women in their quest for dignity, respect, status, and equality to the position men have held in the home, schools, and the workplace. And whereas female staff and educators in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District lead their district schools, programs, classrooms, and offices with great vision. And whereas our community holds in high regard programs and organizations for women and girls, such as the Girl Scouts, female veterans, women in law, the Women of Distinction program, and female school board members, and recognizes these programs promote the values of hard work, honesty, fairness, respect, and equality. And whereas International Women's Day is the perfect way to celebrate the accomplishments of prominent women around the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education proclaims March 8th, 2024 as International Women's Day throughout the district and encourages staff to safely promote equality, increase parity, and work to break that glass ceiling that limits and hinders women and girls, and honor the day with activities and lessons so students and the community may learn and be inspired by the potential that can be gained through women's vision and leadership.
Thank you. Are there comments from the board? Ms. Maple?
I would just like, after listening to that, to bring attention to the fact that nowhere in this resolution is there any support for killing babies. And I also would like to bring attention to the fact that there is support for treating women with dignity and respect, regardless of any choices that they might make about their own body.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. I'm fully in support of this. I look forward to this every year. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the women in my life, particularly my mother, my wife, and our two daughters, but all the women that I've had the opportunity to work alongside and to collaborate with over the years. That this is not only important in terms of International Women's Day, but National Women's Day. And I'm mindful of Madeleine Albright when I got to meet her at a National Principals Conference. One of the things she said, of course, she is the former Secretary of State, and she said, you know, when she was growing up, girls and women were expected to be quiet. And she ended her comments that day by saying one of the biggest messages we needed to carry out of the room was the fact that she said, "This is for all the girls. Don't be silent. Speak up. Be proud of who you are. Be at the table, but don't be quiet." And this brings that to mind to me. It was a very powerful message, and especially as a model of someone who contributed so greatly to our nation and our society.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. Just wanted to speak in support of this resolution. I think it's excellent that it talks about treating women with dignity, honest, fairness, and respect, and equality. I really appreciate the language. I know that some people connect it to other things, but I'm not understanding the connection that some have pointed out. I think that women deserve a lot of respect and recognition for everything that they do for our society, in our homes, in our schools, in our elections. And I am in full support of this. Thank you.
Anyone else? I will just round us out then. I am in full support of this. I think it's a well-done resolution. The one thing I do find that is missing is education is a female-dominated profession, and I know that I have benefited from amazing female educators throughout my life, both within our schools and out, and so perhaps next year we should add that piece in there as well. With that, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
And our last item on the agenda is Resolution 2024-17, honoring Traditional Chiefs Week. This resolution during the third week of March, Traditional Chief Week is during the third week of March and encourages schools, students, staff, and community members to honor the historic contributions and legacy of traditional chiefs by studying their lives, the leadership of the indigenous people of the interior of Alaska through interactive research, classroom lessons, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations throughout the year. May I have a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2024-17, honoring Traditional Chiefs Week.
Second.
We have no public testimony signed up and no one in the room for this resolution, so public comment is closed, and we will move to the board.
I'll read it.
Oh, sorry. Yep, read it. Thank you, Raul. You didn't, yeah, Mr. Doran.
Okay. Resolution 2024-17, honoring Traditional Chiefs Week. Whereas the interior of Alaska is the indigenous home for Native people, and whereas a main goal of the indigenous people of the interior region is to preserve and promote interior Alaska Native traditions and culture, and whereas the values of the interior indigenous people include nurturing, accountability, transparency, integrity, value, and excellence, and whereas traditional chiefs serve as ambassadors of traditional knowledge and the Athabascan and Alaska Native culture, and whereas traditional chiefs of the people residing in the interior region have provided strong leadership and representation, and whereas students need to have a strong foundation in order to achieve academically, move forward, and be successful in life, now therefore be resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education recognizes Traditional Chiefs Week during the third week of March and encourages schools, students, staff, and community members to honor the historic contribution and legacy of traditional chiefs by studying their lives and leadership of the indigenous people of interior Alaska through interactive research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations throughout the year.
Are there any board comments? Mr. Burgess.
Just want to speak in support of this. We are residing on indigenous land, and this is a great way to recognize the cultures of the land that we are living on. I don't see any reason not to pass this. Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
Just want to say the importance of this, and when I read this each year, I'm very mindful of the photo of the Tanana Chiefs, I believe it was 1915, but what has impressed me over the years as a New York boy, New York City boy, when I moved to Alaska as a young man and moved to the village of Caltag, that was my introduction to the traditional chiefs in action. And I know there are distinctions within the indigenous community of that status. But over the years, what has really impressed me is that as we're not just talking about traditional chiefs in the past. We're talking about traditional chiefs who live among us right now and are leaders in our community, but also their nurturing and mentoring of current and up and coming young people who will take on those roles and will continue those roles within not only the indigenous community, but within the much broader community. So I think this is a very important recognition of that continuing dedication to serving the people of our communities.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mr. Dorn?
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett?
Yes.
Ms. Maple?
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next item on the agenda is board comments and committee reports. Ms. Maple, would you please start us off?
I just will keep it brief, but since the made-up phrase alphabet people was used as an insult in this room earlier this evening, I'd like to take the opportunity to reclaim it and tell my fellow alphabet people that I see you and that I'm sorry for any moment that ugliness finds its way to be directed at you from this room.
Thank you. Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, President Hardy. First, I would like to address my vote for International Women's Day. I would actually look forward to maybe putting together an ad hoc for that resolution. I do find some of the language to be a little bit victimizing, and I would just like to get a few of us together, maybe reword some things. But that's where I'm at with that. Next, I would like to highlight Ms. Hardy's, President Hardy's and I advocacy in Juneau. We had a lot of fun, totally geeked out on all the things legislative there in Juneau. It was so awesome watching who was running into whose offices and who was doing what and talking to who. We had some great conversations, and just a really big thank you to all the senators and representatives who took some time and had some conversations with us. We even had a couple that sought us out afterwards and thanked us for the input and thanked us for the ideas. And it was just a really great experience. And I look forward to being able to go back. And then I would just like to also congratulate the West Valley Wolfpack hockey team. They made their way to state and will be leaving tomorrow. So good luck, boys. Leave it on the ice and do what you can. It'd be cool to see that back in the interior. I am very excited for them. Of course, my son being the goalie of the team, and it's just going to be so great. So good luck, boys. Play hard. And then I'd also like to end with kindness and compassion go a long way. There's no reason whatsoever for ugliness, hate, it just doesn't need to happen. And it's really disappointing and disheartening to see so many people out there willing to go that far. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you sit on. Education is a nonpartisan topic. And more people need to realize that this is nonpartisan, and our kids, we can't forget about our kids, especially the ones that cannot be homeschooled, cannot go to a charter, and there's more of them than those that can. So just please, kindness goes a long way. There's no reason for hate. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I was going to report out on the curriculum committee. I'll try to not go over the whole agenda or minutes, but we did discuss science curriculum. We're on draft 4 of science curriculum now. There were some minor changes that were made because a teacher pointed out that there was a few things missing specifically from one course. The committee did not object to the administration's request to not put this out to public comment, draft 4. So draft 4 is going to stay with the committee after these minor changes are made. That said, you know, if any members of the public want to make comments, you can submit them through the board. The other things that we looked at were CTE curriculum, draft 1. It is out for public comment now. There's an architecture and construction bit and a STEM bit. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and math, for those who aren't familiar with the acronym. I was really excited to hear about some of the pilot courses that we've got going on, and the Amped on Algebra course. I'll be visiting North Pole High School to see that course in action on February 28th. And I just wanted to add a thanks to the committee and to the administration, Mr. Beam, Ms. Devon, Ms. Wade, and all the teachers who wrote the curriculum, committee members I already mentioned, and folks who submitted the public comment. It's really important that we get that comment. So thank you to all those people. Moving on, really happy that we have the Balancing Act tool going live. That's going to be really helpful for the public to dive in and see the actual details of what we're dealing with. We've already received a bunch of suggestions. Some, you know, unfortunately, while they might seem like good ideas, they don't work out based on how the pockets of money that we have to move around work. We can't move everything anywhere we want. You know, it's been said, folks have said tonight and at other times, that we need to have better academic outcomes to prove that we're worthy of funding or things along that lines. But I just wonder how we're expected to have better outcomes when we've trimmed everything that we can. We need the funding to produce better educational outcomes. And that said, what we're working with, what our staff do now, is amazing. We are producing good educational outcomes, in my opinion, and I think we can do even better if we have more funding. I'm going to skip talking about Mr. Dickey, the Ryan custodian, other than just saying that I value custodians and I value all of our staff. Tough decisions are ahead of us. Last thing I'll say is that I had the pleasure of reading to 4th grade boys past couple weeks in the Guys Read program. It's an amazing and fun program. It's really fun to read. You don't even have to be comfortable with reading or feel like you're good at it to go in there and have fun and get these kids enthusiastic about reading. It's a program that encourages reading for fun, targeting 4th grade because that is a time period when boys in particular, but really all students tend to start slipping away from reading just for fun. And reading for fun is good for reading when it's not so fun. Gals Read program is currently recruiting volunteers. They will be starting to read in late February, I believe. And so if you're interested in reading for Gals Read, they accept men and women, and anybody can go and read for Gals Read. So please check it out. They always need volunteers. And I'll be also talking with the administration and the Guys Read Gals Read board about strengthening the partnership with the district. So thank you. That's all I've got.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. A couple of shout outs. It was a pleasure to be over at Hutch the other day and be there to celebrate the award, the Milken Award to Megan Eilers. They're just tremendous. And if you get a chance to see the video about her and when she was interviewed, just her comments about, as I stood out with me when she said, I don't go to work because I love what I do, both as a teacher and also in delivering babies. And she does both things, careers, but her dedication and commitment to kids and just watching the students' reaction when she was announced. Also, kudos to the high school teams that were down in Valdez, the ski teams. It was great to see it in the newspaper highlighted. I believe you got a letter from the superintendent there recognizing the kids and the community. They went out to shovel snow. They couldn't get over the pass because of snow, but they kept working within the community and kind of giving back and was well recognized by the community down there. An opportunity that I want to make sure that graduating seniors have in mind is Senator Murkowski has a summer internship program that if you're interested, and as she notes, you don't have to be interested in government, political science, or things like that, just that you want this experience to see. I have been down there lobbying over the years and have seen the internships in action, but particularly I will have to say Senator Murkowski does a tremendous job, she and her staff, with the interns, so that I really encourage you to look at that if you're a graduating senior, because she involves, she brings the interns into meetings. You don't just tour around, you actually see the workings, but you also get to see some of the tour pieces, but really it's a great working experience and opportunity. So, and then last, I want to say I really appreciate the feedback we've gotten just in the few days on the budget. The phone calls I've gotten, emails that I've seen has come to the board, they're really thoughtful and providing constructive things, recognizing this is a dire time for us financially, but also trying to say, I'm not just complaining or I'm not just for this one thing, but how do, these are ideas that may work, may help. Just being part of that partnership, and I think with the roundtable that President Hardy mentioned earlier, those opportunities are really, really important. So appreciate the involvement of the community, even with the testimony tonight. And I will take back, Mr. DeGraw and I will make sure we include on our agenda for the Budget Committee some of the requests from the board, and we've already given them a heads up that you want details and specifics. So we sent that out with the budget to them the other day. And we are scheduled to meet on February 22nd. So.
Ms. Marati.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking Maya Shannon and Mr. McConnell for a beautiful performance this evening. What a perfect example of why music in our schools is so incredibly vital to our students. Also, a big thank you to Erin Genoso and Liesel Whitegreff and everyone who provided testimony in support of music in our schools. And thank you to Dr. Meinert for standing up for arts in our community. A big welcome to our new CITO, RJ Stevens. We're so glad that he chose our district, and I look forward to working with him in his new role. And I just wanted to note, he just left. I was going to say I'm impressed that he stayed all night, but I'm still impressed that he stayed until just a few minutes ago. Contrary to some misinformation and bigotry reported recently, the Diversity Committee is a group of dedicated and amazing people doing great things, including a draft resolution that will bring awareness and acceptance of students with disabilities and staff with disabilities. And we hope to bring this draft to the board to consider at an upcoming meeting this year. The Borough Audit Committee met since the last regular board meeting and certified the 3 audit results from the 3 government bodies involved. I'd like to request that next year, through the chair, that next year this Borough Audit Committee action happens prior to the board approving the audit. It's a cart before the horse kind of situation, and I appreciate the consideration. And finally, and you're going to hear this from me every board meeting until the session is over. If any of the budget cuts discussed tonight sound awful and you would like to do something about it, you can encourage the state and local assembly to fund public education adequately. You can contact your area's elected representatives by going to akleg.gov, scroll to the bottom of the homepage, and use the Who Represents Me tool. You can share a public opinion message with all legislators by going to www.akleg.gov/POMS. You can email the governor and all of the legislators at gov.alllegislators@alaska.gov. You can email the full assembly at assembly@fnsb.gov. You can encourage them to pass the ordinance calling for a special election that may allow the assembly to increase education funding by $10 million. And finally, you can engage in that special election process and encourage your friends and family to get out the vote and support our schools. Thank you, and thanks the board for a very productive night.
Mr. Lopez.
Okay. I just want to echo what's going to take an extensive yet timely approach to our current situation of school closure. Also due to the fact that we owe it to the students, staff, and parents to know where they're just gonna go next year. So, and if they have a job. So for board members and administration, please try and work this out in an efficient manner, but still timely, because we have 2 schools closing at the end of the year, and we need the public to know what's going on as soon as possible. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Normally, I do not do closing comments, but I am going to break from that tonight. So as an elected official, community criticism is part of the job description, and I am happy to talk to any community member, and I mean that, if you have any questions or concerns about my actions as an elected official. I normally would not address public testimony from the dais, but seeing as tonight my character and integrity was brought into question, I feel compelled to do so to set the record straight. I can say I strive to lead with integrity and open and transparent communication. Anyone who knows me knows I will tell you hard truths to your face. I have never emailed our lawyer before becoming the board president, and even after becoming the board president, I have only emailed them about things that do not create billable hours. In fact, they initiated the email and I responded. And our emails are open record. Please feel free to request mine. I have called our lawyers, I believe a total of 3 times, with conversations lasting 30 minutes or less. And at that time, I was not the board president, so all phone calls with a lawyer have to go through the acting board president, which was Mr. Doran at the time, or the, at that point, chief school administrator, before I'm able to have that phone conversation. Those phone calls were all around the same issue before the board that concerned employees on non-represented contracts, something which I would classify as certainly not frivolous. I stand by my actions at that time, and I have continued to work all through this year as well to make sure that those employees involved were able to see a resolution to their concerns. I will not apologize for caring and acting on the behalf of my constituents. I take OMA, which is Open Meetings Act, very seriously. As the president of the board, I also expect the same of my fellow board members. I pride myself in being transparent with the public, and I am not afraid to conduct the business of the board in public. There are no secret meetings. There are no secret conversations. In fact, we constantly remind each other, actually, you need to stop. We can't have this conversation. That could constitute an OMA violation. Again, I encourage anyone in the public, you can Freedom of Information Act request our emails. You are more than welcome to call and talk, and please see that the board is acting in your best interest, and we welcome your communication and your input. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.